go, go, go and vote. Featuring the creatives. Right here from Shorty Corleone. So what's the what? Ready, 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 ready? Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. So CCB.
Hey everyone, hi, hello, welcome to our live broadcast from the campus of Howard University. I'm Kathleen Trigg-Jones.
Shorty Corleone, guys, ready for this amazing election that's going down at the Mecca, Howard University. Make sure you're ready for this election.
Yes. It's going to be a party, and we are here for it. So we are broadcasting this live stream today from the campus. We're joined by the incredible students at Howard University's Cathy Hughes Communications School, and they've been working really hard behind the scenes over the past couple of months, actually this whole semester, on doing interviews, doing everything that they can to highlight the queen who graduated from Howard University, Vice President Kamala Harris.
That's right, that's right. And we got something special coming from the Bison Hype Squad that's going to be with us on the hour. So let's get ready to get this party on the way. Again, my name is Shorty Corleone with
Kathleen Trigg-Jones. So a lot of people are joining us right now from the TV1 audience.
Yes,
like I
yes.
said, this school is named after Cathy Hughes, the founder of TV1. So News One is tuning in. Shout out to News One, TV1. Also want to give a little shout out to our iWoman TV family, the world through the lens of women. So we're streaming live on iWoman as well as several of the HBCU sites as well. So if you're joining us today, it's going to be a wild ride, an exciting ride. And the good news is that Vice President Kamala Harris decided that Howard University is going to be her election night campaign headquarters. So yes, the Vice President is here in Washington, D.C., and she's going to be here a little later this afternoon.
I love it, I love it. So you guys keep it locked with us right here. Ready, ready, ready. Bison Hype Squad. Let's talk to the people.
All right, we're turning it over to the students now. Take it away.
Thank you.
Let me get a quick age. You and we indeed do. My name is Danilo Wrightsell, and I serve as Mr. Cathy Hughes School of Communication. And to get the conversation started off today, I would like to start with a topic that everybody should be able to touch on. So, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have been interacting with in a way that nobody else ever has. They've been going on podcasts, on the radio, on my shade room, texting me like they my best friend, and what do you think about it, Rosaya?
I think they're trying to appeal to these Gen Z voters, and the quickest way to do that is through these podcasts, because let's be real, Gen Z is not turning on the news to find current information anymore. They're going straight to YouTube, they're going straight to Instagram, the social media platforms, what's really going on, and that's why these presidential candidates are going on this podcast, doing these TikToks, because they want to appeal to us, because they know we're the next change makers. What do you think, Robert?
Not to mention, we do have different celebrities coming to these rallies, advocating for VP Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. So once again, we saw a couple weeks ago, probably 2 weeks ago, Beyonce coming to the rally for VP Harris.
Queen B.
Beehive? The Beehive don't play about Queen B. They go full force. So just seeing these celebrities going to different rallies and everything just lets us know that they care and that they're trying to get their audience to care as well. A celebrity that went to the Donald Trump rally was Amber Rose, yeah. But yeah, so these celebrities come to the rallies are also keeping Gen Z engaged because we listen to them every day, we watch them every day. Some people stalk them every day, So yeah, that's how they're keeping us engaged.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robert. And my name is Jada White. I currently serve as Miss Cathy Hughes School of Communications. And just to add further on to the conversation, and speaking of the people who are showing up at these rallies, I've been talking to some Howard students about how they're not always the biggest fan of some of the celebrities who are showing up. For example, Kamala Harris has had, we had Glorilla pop up at a rally. We also had Megan Thee Stallion earlier.
Usher a little bit too,
Hey, come on. But my question to you all, how do you feel that represents us best as a student body, do we think it's pushing it a little too far past the envelope, or do we think at the end of the day it's representing what Black culture is all about? Tell me what you think about that, Danilo.
I really agree. I think that it's very twofold and that this is the highest office in the land, people. And it's not a short feat to, find yourself there. I mean, we're on the campus of Howard University right now. Ain't that right? I mean, this is the first HBCU vice president. And I think it kind of speaks to, like, her trying to reach a younger demographic. So, although these methods are unorthodox, I do think that they're valid and they're working. Like, have you guys seen, like, Kamala HQ and how they're, like, reaching us out on X, formerly known as Twitter. But, I just think that it's a really great way of engaging with such a big demographic of voters, especially first-time voters. Any first-time voters in the crowd today? You know what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of Gen Z, they might not know a lot about politics, but we do know a lot about these celebrities because they're in our faces all the time. So I think it's really critical that we have, like, rappers and artists such as Glorilla and Megan Thee Stallion who actually pushes for women empowerment and her body and having a positive body image. And I think that really relates to VP Kamala Harris's campaign and everything. So I think it's really smart they're using the celebrity endorsements because that's how you get the voters. Like, that's how you get the message across. You might not, the presidential candidate at hand might not always be the best messenger, but you never know which celebrity that might be.
And speaking of celebrities, we also got some TV stars out there advocating as well. So, Rasaya, I have a question for you. Who's your favorite? What TV cast or who's your favorite TV cast that's actually advocating for a candidate?
Well, the iconic Shonda Rhimes created the Scandal, and a lot of the Black community has really related well with Scandal. And the Scandal cast has been out there in the streets pushing the political advocacy and making sure that people are voting. They've done sweepstakes, making sure that people are signing up to vote. Kerry Washington and Tony Goldwyn, they hosted the Democratic National Convention in 2024 in Chicago, Illinois. And just pushing, giving the people what they want. And, bringing that TV politics to real life politics. And I feel like that's what a lot of people like to do. They like to relate. They like to see what they see on TV and bring it to the real world. So I think that was very smart, pushing TV, arts, and cinema and making it a real life thing. That was just really beautiful.
Well, Olivia Pope say it's handled.
It's handled. It's done. Like this election, hopefully.
Yes, we will find out. And actually going back to how different celebrities are showing up, we were talking a little bit earlier about Sexy Red, right? Beforehand, Sexy Red was Donald Trump, but recently she came out and showed that she indeed voted for Kamala Harris. So do we have any thoughts on that? How do we think that's kind of, what does that show to the youth audience?
All I gotta say is that it's like a plot twist because we was all thinking like she was for Trump at first, like the whole audience, her audience was thinking like she was for Trump, and I heard that a lot of people started to back away from her music. So
I hear that.
I have heard that from some people, like it's different people. But now that we're seeing her vote for, Kamala Harris advocate, I think it's kind of like turning her audience around. Some people in her audience. I know you said you haven't heard nobody say that.
I won't lie though. When I first heard the news about Miss Sexy Red, and her music is really the music of today's parties. Like, we go out and listen to it, and then you can't not go to one party and listen to a Sexy Red song. And so when it came out to this news that she was supporting Trump, I personally, I just was like, if it come on, I'm still going.
Right. You gotta separate.
You
gotta separate the music from the artist.
Sometimes. But yeah.
Sometimes.
But I think it's also important to talk about the monumental moment that we're about to step into, regardless of what the election brings. Jada, do you have any kind of thoughts about this?
Listen, I've been doing a couple of interviews earlier today, and people have just been asking me questions about, what does it feel like to live in this moment? And for me, honestly, this is so surreal. I remember being like a little girl in elementary school, just looking through the textbooks and seeing the White House in the textbook, right? So the fact that I've come to the Mecca now, how many years has it been? 15? You know what I'm saying? 15, 14 years later to be the Mecca, be here in the Capitol. But not only just that, our vice president is Black. Our vice president is a woman. She looks like me, right? And to even just know that she is running for president, and she could very well win. We're not sure what's going to happen tonight, but I'm just excited to be here in this moment to tell my future babies, my future grandbabies, look, grandmama see you right now. Okay, I see you, Lord willing. So what do you think about that, Robert?
Once again, it's about history. It's historic and everything like that. And I'm just proud to be at the Mecca, witnessing this history with my peers and everyone being excited about what's going on. It just shows like so much courage and so much, passion for these type of elections, especially since it is the presidential election. It shows us that we can thrive and we can one day become a leader just like how VP Harris is.
I also want to add on that. I feel like we've been able to see the campaign in full circle in a way. Like we've seen the celebrity endorsements. We've seen them go on Saturday Night Live and make sure they get their platform across and everything of that nature. And then just for her to come, VP Kamala Harris just to come on the yard later tonight, I think that just says a lot about Howard University in general and how they're birthing great leaders, great change makers, because she was VP Kamala Harris yesterday, but she might just as well be President Kamala Harris tomorrow. So I think that's a really well thought for everyone at home watching to know what great magic comes out of Howard University. We don't only have celebrities coming out of Howard University. We have poets, we have authors, we have political influencers, everything of that nature. And one of them might just be Kamala Harris, the presidential elect.
I think it's also important to note the implication that if she does win, that will be the first HBCU president of the United States. Not just for Howard University, but like, what does this mean for other HBCUs? Like this is a moment of, I have a professor that actually works here. You all might know her, Nicole Hannah Jones, and she always talks about having to do, how we have struggled, black people, to do more with less. What would happen if we were able to do more with more? You know what I mean? What happens when you are evening the playing field? And there's nothing like saying, the president of the United States graduated from the same school that I did. You know what I mean? That's something different, And like the same courage that she brings, say it to my face. You get it? Like, you just have to step different in that, I think it's just such a prideful moment, regardless of what happens.
Yes. I will say she's very bold, and once again, it lets us know, us that goes to Howard right now, and for the future generations that's to come to Howard, that we can do anything we can on our side. No matter the struggle, no matter how many obstacles we get, that gets thrown at us, we can do whatever we want. Just strive and put our mind to and create a great support system. I say VP Harris has a great support system. Not even just from her staff or her administration, but the HBCU community. We are all rallying out behind her.
And that's real. And I know how we got to remain bipartisan, so we got to keep that up, right? But at the end of the day, like y'all were saying, with the HBCU vibes, how are y'all feeling about this down here, right? Like HBCUs, like come on, right? Like it's so important that we are a part of this moment. I think something that you brought up is a point, right? Have to one day become the president of the United States. You can be a poet, you can be a janitor, you can be a daycare worker, you can do whatever. I'm being serious.
You are being serious. I love
it. You can do whatever it is that you want to do and make an impact in this world. And I think seeing Vice President Kamala Harris go as far as she's going, and maybe go farther, we're not sure just yet, but we're hopeful we'll see, right? It's just a really great impact, and it's a really great feeling to be able to see that someone who looks like us, someone who represents us at Howard University, who can represent HBCUs as a whole, is doing what she's doing. So we happy about that. But what are you guys thinking? How are you feeling?
Like you said, I think it's important that people at home realize that it's not just PWIs producing great people. HBCUs are producing great people. And if professionals, like people don't really think about that. They think that it's the Ivy Leagues that are producing these great political advocates and these great people that are in office. But if VP Harris was already in the White House, let's just say that. But if she gets to that president spot, please tell me, hold on. Howard, they already say Howard people are the cockiest, arrogant. I feel like it's going to go times 10. The price is already going up.
Wait a minute. We're not that cocky and that
We're not
arrogant.
that cocky. We're not that
bring
cocky.
down the stigma.
We're not that very humble, but we know what we bring to the table. And I feel like Harris is doing a great job of just being that representation for the black girl that might be at home as well watching.
I would like to kind of switch gears really quickly. VP Harris has vowed to earn the black male vote. She's about to earn the black male vote. What do you guys think that she has done to do that so far?
Well, I didn't want to speak on this initially because I am a black woman, but one thing that I want to talk about in general with earning the vote, I think that's very important. I think that sometimes people will look at HBCUs, hello, this is her alma mater, and they just probably automatically assume, well, oh yeah, they're going to vote, for Vice President Kamala Harris. But at the end of the day, that's not necessarily true, right? as a journalism major and talking to other students at Howard University, I have come across a few people who were not completely sure. So I'm actually very happy and very glad to hear that Kamala Harris is about earning the vote, right? We don't owe her anything because we're black. We don't owe her anything because we attended HBCU. We don't owe her anything, right, because we attend her alma mater. So I love to hear that she is working for our votes day in and day out. We're seeing the effort. We're seeing the work, honestly, though, from both campaigns, right? Trump has been out there, too, right? I know we're talking a lot about Kamala Harris, but, you know, former President Donald Trump is also getting out there, also earning the votes. Remember, he went to the, what is it, the National
Chicago.
But the National Association of Black Journalists, this is way back over the summer, right? Even Trump has been reaching out to audiences who look like us. So I want to say that we have to give both, candidates, their props because, like, they're doing big things. So that's amazing. What do you think about that, Robert?
No, I totally agree with you. They're both doing big things, and that's what draws the audience. That's what draws the voters. Once we see them interacting with us, we will know, like, how they are, like, what their personality is, and that they care. That's their purpose, is trying to let us know that they care, by going to these barbershops and talking to us, or by going to a McDonald's at work, and, trying to get that relatability factor in there. So yeah, it's really nice. And then Kamala Harris, she just went to the barbershop and she had a whole conversation with black men, and she was really being relatable and, speaking facts and statistics. So her appeal to them.
Did anybody catch the Shannon Sharp interview that she did?
Did you catch the Shannon Sharp interview?
You saw, and I did catch it on the Shade Room, but I thought that it was a really good interview because it allowed us to see a little bit more about her, and it also allowed her to reach the demographic of black men who see Shannon Sharp as, somebody. And Shannon Sharp even came to Howard not too long ago. You know what I mean? For first take during his HBCU tour, but he's been one of my favorite celebrities that have kind of come out and supported her. But she just really is doing her thing. Both presidential candidates are still in the running. And even though we are unsure of what will happen, we want you guys to stay tuned.
Yes, absolutely, on staying tuned. But even going back to Shannon Sharp for a moment, I want to talk about a little bit more about that first take experience, just because I do think it's so important and impactful because it does relate to us, right? He came to Howard, right? And the next thing you know, we were the first stop. And so I don't know, I just think it goes to show that, like, they really are reaching out to our demographic. I feel like growing up as a kid, and I mean, granted, I guess it makes sense, I'm a kid. Why would they be, advertising to me? I can't vote, right? But it really helps me to feel super involved in the process. What about y'all? Do y'all feel involved in the political process down here? I mean, I'm saying, at the end of the day, I've got to give these candidates their props. I know I keep saying that, but it's so true. But anything else we have to say before we wrap this up a little bit? Well, look, this has been the Bison Hype Squad. Hype Squad has been the
Hype Squad.
Yeah, all right, we're going to cut it, y'all. But thank you all so much. We'll see you in another half hour. We're going to go ahead and pass it to Kat and Shorty.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to the Bison Hype Squad.
Hype Squad. All right, it's time for a little trivia. HU trivia. Right here, ground zero, the mecca of the election. In the District of Columbia, Howard University.
All right.
HU trivia. Time for some trivia. HU trivia. We gonna test your knowledge real quick. HU trivia. Right there. HU.
All right.
Round of applause for the band one time.
Yes.
All right. A little HBCU
So you know what,
trivia
before
for
we
you.
get into that trivia,
Talk to me.
why don't we remind everyone why we're here today? So this is the Bison Election Zone. We are on the campus of Howard University. You just heard from those incredible students. We're going to be here all day long. We've got a live band, live music, some little trivia, and right now, we want to get into some trivia and fun facts, Shorty.
All right, I need a little music to get us through that. Play, guys, we can pick it back up, play it just a little softer. One time for the people. Okay, it's time for the HBCU trivia. HU trivia, that is. All right. Which was the first HBCU Pennsylvania? C, Hampton University. I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to see if you can come up with the answer. Pick it up a little bit, band. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU. All right, and the correct answer is Sinead, University of Pennsylvania.
That's Cheney University. And I got a fun fact.
Come on with the fun fact.
Did you know that Cheney University is the oldest HBCU in the United States, historically black college university in the United States, founded in 1837.
There you go. There you go.
Shout out to Cheney, and we're hoping that Cheney and all the HBCUs might be joining us right now on our live feed today. You know what, I got a question for you.
Let's go.
Today, of course, the polls are open.
The polls are open.
Yeah, we're on the campus of Howard because this is the alma mater of one of the candidates.
Amen.
Can you guess which one?
Amen. Amen to that.
Yeah, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Y'all know the name.
And she's having a party on campus today. But I got a question for you because the polls are open everywhere.
Let's
Did you all vote? Have you voted yet? Shorty, did you vote yet?
I voted. I was one of the early voters.
Yeah,
right?
Same.
Go and vote. Absolutely.
That's right. And he has a music video about it. I voted as well. Well, you know what? Over 80 million people voted early this year, which is unprecedented. Just as comparison, that's more than half of the full amount of people that voted in 2020. So already before the election, we had 80 million people. Now, which way they voted, we don't know yet. But tonight is the night we hope we might find out.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. Keep it locked with us. We're going to pass it back to the studio. More to come right here at Howard University.
Family and friends, I'm Dr. Craig Coates, Senior Pastor of the Fresh Start Church in Glen Burnie, Maryland, and historian. And I'm here to declare to you that we are at a pivotal moment. Faith without works is dead. That's what my grandmother taught me, and that's what I firmly teach and believe. But I think it goes without saying that we all have faith in something. We have faith in systems. We have faith in people. And we have faith in what our country calls the American way. What would that be? Free and fair elections. Of course, we've seen that challenge many, many times throughout history. Could it be perhaps because in the fabric of America, it has always been the goal of our country to disinherit some and to give privilege to others? Historically, people of color have been disenfranchised before coming to the polls, when getting to the polls, and even the manipulation of our vote. This is why it's important that our faith not be only in a system, because faith without works is dead. Our faith must be accompanied by our action. What is our action? Stop praying for change and vote for change. This is what I believe is the call to believers. Oftentimes, as a believer, we spend a lot of time on our knees praying, and we think that God's job is to do the work. I want you to be reminded that when Jesus taught his disciples to pray, he said, pray God's will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You see, God's in heaven and we're on earth, and we are an extension of him in the earth, which means that God's will, we can know what it is, but for it to be done, we must be active, willing participants in the process. Politics and church are not separate. Daniel was a politician. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were put in a fiery furnace because of their belief system. And today we are in that furnace. But here's the good news. God is in the furnace with us. Where are we? We're in a place where every vote matters. The will of God is not that the enemy would prevail, but that his will prevail. And the only way that happens is that his people will go to the polls and vote. Lastly, I want to remind you that there was a time in our country where the only safe space we had was in the black church. Well, I want you to know the doors of the church are still open. And today, we're calling on you to come out from where you are and cast your vote. Your parents, your grandparents, our ancestors, all the way back to slavery, they fought for us to have this right. So put your faith to work and vote.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's iWoman Report. I'm Kathleen Trigg-Jones.
You may recognize me from numerous TV shows. Karen King.
I can't wait to get naked and show you everything.
Oh my goodness.
I always tell women, if you're crazy, that means you're coming upon an awakening. You know how they always say, you got
Right.
that aha moment?
Yes.
The craziness is your aha moment.
Welcome to another episode of Street Politicians, the place where the streets and politics meet.
Is cheating a deal breaker for you?
We're 1 million people right now. We're going to be 2 million people in the city in 20 years.
We'll be jamming until the break of dawn. I bet you nobody ever told you that you will be jamming until the break of dawn. But when I love too, there's no love no more.
Take a look at how we can transform your virtual event to the virtual stage.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for tuning in.
I'm Maurice Dubois.
I'm Cheryl Wills.
Shorty Corleone. I'm on top of the world right now. To all the beautiful ladies around the world. Let me talk to y'all for a minute. DC, Minnesota, LA, New York, Orlando, Alabama, Chi-Town, where they at? San Fran, Charlotte, Miami, Jersey, Maryland, St. Louis, where they at? Where they at? Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown. I like the 5-star chick, they got a 5-star trip. Yeah, I've been all around the world. I like them all, it's hard to pick. I'm about to hop inside the whip. I'm about to take a little trip. I heard about uptown girls, gon' see what they working with. Hey, hey, I just left DC, I just left Southeast. I just pulled up in the shine. Hope these girls ain't shine around me. Could it be you in Tennessee and uptown Tennessee? Man, these girls gon' drive me crazy cause we all got chemistry. Coming uptown trying to meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. Coming uptown trying to meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. DC, Minnesota, LA, New York, Orlando, Alabama, Chi-Town, where they at? San Fran, Charlotte, Miami, Jersey, Maryland, St. Louis, where they at? Where they at? Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown. I be swinging up in Texas, scooter, chopped about my speakers. Need a pretty girl from uptown that can hang, I'd like to meet her. Hey, hey, let's go to the west, put it to the test. I heard LA got a lot of girls, and I'ma need a check. Hey, hey, tryna flow it up, down in Florida, take it slow it up. I think I'ma need some more of that. Hey, hey, uptown, baby, we go uptown. I'ma hit you up whenever I'm around. Coming uptown tryna meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. Coming uptown tryna meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. DC, Minnesota, LA,
Woman TV, empower woman worldwide. We gotta vote now. The state of the woman.
When will violence end? How many your high school drop out? COVID changed the world, BLM, you just stand proud. Human trafficking, how many children have been found? Obama wanted change, well, what change would you want now? Activists, leaders, preach and speak on after. RBG built a legacy started by Cleopatra. This is warfare in the making. America, vote now, choose wisely. Rosa Parks never will hold out. See more women in office for decisions in office who raise awareness. And these females that come across us, we came from a mother. Strong, confident women, status so they're right. Should have been equal from the beginning. Lady president elected, change the method, give them a second to give a perspective. Maybe to be accepted, even if it's skeptic. ASAP, make this effective. I thought woman empowerment's the objective. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. 100th year anniversary. Beforehand, woman will rob. Basically burglary. 2020 century for the 19th Amendment. Since our sisters can vote, they've been very independent. They fought 72 years to achieve. These leaders we lost, can we pause? Take a second and grieve. Breathe, who can we praise now? Better yet, who can we talk about? How about Mother Teresa, Billie Jean King, Harriet Tubman, Eleanor Roosevelt, Susan B. Anthony, bow and kiss the ring. Our mothers told us well when who we label queen. Better visions come with prayers. Vision big when we dream. Our Woman TV, November, who we honor. Salute Kathleen Trigg Jones, Michelle Obama, and all females who changed the world, making it possible. Overall, you know what we gotta do. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now.
Out to my whole city, young or old, I need you go and vote. It's time for us to take our city back, cause our city child need a little hope. Changes need to be made, cause these youngers out here, they wildin'. In my opinion, first we need to save louder than peoples. Democrats or Republicans, who you choose, you gonna Trump or hers. It's your decision, it's your pick. Hit the polls, don't be embarrassed. Black, white, and you Mexican. Come on out with your Mexican. Come on out with your best friend. Hit the polls, let's get it in.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Exercise your right. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and do it. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote.
about to feel this. Waking up every day with all kind of BS to deal with. Supervisors, cutting shifts, landlords want to rent. How can I deal with this? How can I find a meal tick? Choices, sounds, noises, distractions in orbit. Gotta find me some order, gotta find some resources. All these fake old mentors with a bunch of BS courses. I don't know if they told y'all this voting thing is important. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Introducing Summer Dennis.
The system is big and it doesn't pay fair. But if you don't vote, babe, then do you really care? Say you really want change, what you gonna do? Only got one vote, gonna make it work for you. Vote for the people that will hear your voice, the ones that'll do the work and fight for your choice. Some of you keep thinking this ain't about you. These politics affect everyone and everything that you do.
Legendary right here. One track by. You know the name Stinky Dink. Let's go.
First of all, I respect whoever you select. Hit the box, mic check. 1, 2. Mark down with an X. It's your turn, go flex. Who moving the house next? Who help you make progress? Who make you say God bless? Go vote, special request. Yes. Coming across your desk. Who ready to pass the test? You. S on your chest with a vest. It's time to rebuild the nest. I'm real, I feel the stress. Ain't no vote like your vote, cause your vote is the best. Yes. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, 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 go and vote. Go, 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 vote. Go, 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 go and vote. Go, go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go.
It's time for the songbird. Songbird can be sweet. Hey.
It's our time, it's our voice, time for change, so go vote. It's our vote, it's our power, time for change, so go vote. We'll pump your fist up, your voice matters. Hey, I'm talking unity, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, DC, crank your vote. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote.
Look out, world. Triple threat artist right here.
Look out, world.
No, let's go,
I
man.
know you're tired of same old same. It's about time to make a change. Forecast your vote, no rain. Shed light on the campaign. Hey, divide and conquer or unify, restore the honor. Look at the numbers. Inflation, lack of jobs and hunger. We the people, stop the beefing. Your voice is needed, so go vote. Be the leader, the children seeking. Crank the season, we go. Rock the vote, put inequality right to sleep. Be the hope, the energy the community needs.
People go and vote. Get your vote in. Cast your ballot, let's win. New 4 years to get in. New presidential swearing. Capital is flowing. Nominations got 'em going. Presidential. Saluting your credentials. This country's new potential. Game changer, you know. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Ready, 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 ready.
Go and vote. Let's go. Let's go.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote.
that your vote isn't by 11-5. So call the block, grab your friends, time to get on one accord. All my ladies, all my fellas, residents in every ward, south side, uptown, southwest, and northeast. Y'all heard the bass, it's time for us to take back our streets. Go
Republicans and Democrats, hope you getting into that. My president is black, so I hope you know who winning that. Frank Corleone, so you know that I'm a rep it. Hey, hope you registered to vote. Come out on election day, do some research, gotta figure out your candidate. Find your voting poll, make sure you know the time and day. Do your part, this affect the judges in the schools, the kids and the rules. Don't you ever get confused, go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, 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 go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
We gonna add a little soul to the track. Nafisa, let's go.
Hold your fist up high, go vote. If you're feeling black, go vote. Cause you believe it, civil rights, go vote. Pro-choice or pro-life, go vote. Go and vote, yeah, go and vote. Let your voice be the antidote to fix these laws that they promote. Treat the world like push button, we all controlled by remotes. Stand for those belly afloat. Every day they work, the left of smoke. Your vote matters.
Go, go, vote.
Dark Black Passion, y'all. Again, Dark Black
We the
Passion.
people have spoken. Let them know we ain't joking. Hit the polls and we voting. Get out and vote, vote, vote. We the people have spoken. Let them know we ain't joking. Hit the polls and we voting. Get out and vote, vote, vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, hey, hey. Red on black. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go.
Percussionist, vocalist, artist, producer. Shorty Doug, let's go.
3 stars, 2 stripes, 7 ward is my district. But I rep the whole DMV. Please listen to me. Listen to me. No time to play around. Let's hit them poles like we hit the go-go now. This serious business. We work too hard to let them take it. So much is on the line. Your vote is important. Don't lay down, get up and fight for this movement. That foundation is ill. Project 2025. Go and vote for real. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Take everybody,
You better get to the vote. You said a vote,
TLB, go, go, Chris.
Go and vote.
turn wrongs to right. Voting is the tool to ignite new heights. When we go and vote, we are setting the tone, building a world we can truly call home.
Hey, go and vote, but only if your paper's right. Go and vote for who you want to win that night. Go and vote, just don't sit and be lazy. Like go and vote, like we gon' do this on the daily. Go and vote, 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 let's go and vote, let's go and vote, let's go and vote,
She sounds so good. Hey, Ron, sing to the people.
Listen up, it's time to speak your mind. The power of change is yours to find. Don't sit back and watch the world go by. Your vote can make a difference, just give it a try.
They don't want us in position, trying to block us with precision, but we moving like a mission. Every vote is ammunition. Hit the polls, let it fire. Every vote takes us higher. We ain't quiet, we applying all the pressure required. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Where the twins at? We talking about Durango County. Let's go.
Don't let it slip away. Tomorrow's built on what we do today. Go vote, stand tall, make your choice. Together we can change with everybody's voice. The power's in your hands, don't let it go to waste. Every voice together makes a brighter day. Stand united, we can make a change. One step of choice, the future is today. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Everybody,
T.O.B. go vote
to the
first.
vote. You said a vote, vote, vote. Better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, everybody, you better get to the poll. You better
vote. It's for a reason. Take that stand, cause it's your season. And don't be talking online if you ain't do it. If you ain't do it. If you ain't do it. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Turn your radios up.
The culture needs one in the chamber. The streets is filled with danger. The demons and the creeps, they roll in peace, but evil seems to be their nature. Need a game changer, major, but praying for your savior ain't the way when the enemy wants to send you to your maker. Gotta rearrange the way that the game is getting played. If politicians want engagement, why they treat us like they hate us? Need solutions, cause I'm not here to do complaining, but I won't hit you with no fiction, cause the truth is stranger. The situation we facing today is truly gangster. Till my people safe, I'm in the booth and might produce a banger. Black first, my politic, my party, I don't do explaining. Chasing down election day support, but tell me where them other days went. Is radical action supposed to be the way we change this? I'm voting with my soul and putting 10 toes on the pavement. Cradle to the grave, boardroom from the slave ship. The only way to win, get off your ass and get your ballot in. Better vote, vote, vote. Better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, everybody, you better get to the poll. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Howard University, the Election Central, where Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be spending her evening tonight as the results come in. Hopefully you all have voted already. If you haven't voted, please check out your local voting times online in your area. It could be 7 o'clock, it could be 8 o'clock, it could be 9 o'clock. We're not sure where you are, but we want to make sure that everyone gets their vote in. But right now, I'm excited because I have one of my sisters here joining me live that is doing some great things. You know, during the elections and this season right now, a lot of people have been talking about how their emotions are running really high. And we want to make sure that we keep our emotions in check and don't ruin relationships during this election time. So I'm honored to be able to bring in Janae Fletcher, who is the founder of Brave Works Collaborative. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So emotions are running real high out there. You know, you're seeing people's true colors right now more than ever before. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think in an election like this, it can be very polarizing, right? Mm-hmm. I think that we're really invested in a way that we probably have not been before in our lifetime. And so when people are so emotionally invested, sometimes when we lead with that emotion, when we don't take time to reflect before we respond, or if we stop listening actively, we just listen to respond or to refute, then it kind of, you know, it makes the situation worse, right? It can be very divisive. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things I'm really curious about is of course I'm curious about the election results, but what happens next week, right? So regardless of which candidate wins, what are we doing to repair some of the damage that's been done? What's the social cohesion look like moving forward? And so that's one of the things I'm really kind of like keyed in on.
I agree, because a lot of relationships can be ruined when things are so heated right now. And this is probably one of the most heated, highly contested presidential elections, period, because a lot is on the line. You know, we're talking about race relationships, we're talking about women's rights, we're talking about migrants, we're talking about so many things that people are very, very opinionated about, and your coworker might not agree with you.
Absolutely.
In fact, your mama might not agree with you.
Absolutely,
right? So
yeah.
how do you manage that? What are those strategies?
Well, I think the first thing to do is to go hard on issues, but not on people. Right? I think sometimes we focus on the issues that we make that person a part of the issue, right? And we lose the view of humanity when we forget the humanness that exists behind our belief system. I think a part of that is also making sure that we recognize that in a lot of aspects we are more alike than we are different. Yeah. And there's always a way to find a connection. And there's always a way to find a way to be divided from someone. So it's a matter of what you look for. You're going to find whatever you look for. And so I think it's really important that we kind of lead with that. Like, how do I recognize this person as a human being? Because what I've heard a lot of, you know, if you're like me, I'm like really tired of a lot of the commercials that we're seeing, because there's always this us versus them dynamic, right? That has to be created if you want to win. And so that becomes a part of the election strategy. But what does that do to our society as a whole when we have to divide and do us? I've literally heard us versus them in some of the rhetoric, right? Yeah. And so when we don't think about the long-term damage that does.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I was reading something earlier this morning about even the Kamala Harris camp has had to change its strategy, because if you notice, the vice president was also going in a little bit, and people were saying, you know, the one side's being not playing fair, so you shouldn't play fair. And so I noticed that she was really going in, and they pulled that back a little bit and said, let's come together, because at the end of the day, we need to elect a president, and this has nothing to do with party. This is just humanity. We have to have a president who can maintain our democracy in this country, because that's what the United States is built on, but also lead the people. And if you cannot get on the same page with both sides, you won't effectively be able to lead this country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, because one of the things I think about, especially in terms of being a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging professional, DEI work has become so politicized, right? You hear that and it becomes very polarizing. I think it's probably because a lot of us have forgotten what the end goal is. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are really just either qualitative or quantitative measurements that at the end goal should be developing a sense of belonging.
We're going to switch this mic out. Remember, just reminding everyone, we are live. We are live here on the Yard, the mecca of the HBCUs, Howard University. Is your mic on? Let's make sure. You can hear you.
Testing.
Okay,
There we go.
Very good, very good. Now, I want to also get into the fact that you are an HU graduate.
Absolutely,
Yes.
through and through. Class of '94. I was a legal communications major here, all the way from Houston, Texas. I love my alma mater, and still here. Made my family and my home here in the DMV area.
Very nice. And let's talk about your company, BraveWorks Collaborative, because right now you're talking and you're lending your advice and your strategies to us, but this is what you do for a living.
It absolutely is. So I'm the founder of BraveWorks Collaborative. That name was actually inspired by the last line in Amanda Gorham's poem, The Hill We Climb, where she talks about the light in a new dawn being accessible to us if we're only brave enough to see it. And so what I really do is work with leaders around understanding what brave leadership looks like in order to build powerful, cohesive teams and organizations where everyone has a sense of belonging and understanding the connection between having that sense of belonging and community and meeting your mission. So I think a lot of times organizations look at that as like an extra or an aside, rather than that has to be the foundation for you to do the work that you need to do, regardless of what your mission is as an organization.
Wow. Well, so, she does work with companies, corporations, institutions. So if you need someone, a thought leader, to come in and really help build those teams and bring leaders together and build future leaders, this right here is your girl. So you also are a member of the Divine Nine. We both happen to be members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Of course, we know our vice president is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. What does this moment feel like for you to be an HU grad and to have one of our own in potentially the highest office in the land?
It is so close and so dear to my heart. I think one of the things I also try to keep in mind is the legacy that this builds. When we were here, because I have 2 sons, and thinking about like their purview and what they see, one of the comments that my oldest son made, he was like, "Oh wow, if Kamala wins, then she's going to be the first Howard grad." And I was like, That's an interesting perspective, because for them, they were born into a world with a black president, and so they're looking at deeper levels now, right? And so I think, not just from my perspective, but like what this means for a legacy of young folks that are coming behind us, like how they're viewing it. It just, I can remember like watching my grandmother cry when Obama was elected. And so it's that same feeling of endearment and feeling like I can see myself as a part of this process.
Yeah, and that is, no matter who wins, we still feel that pride.
Absolutely.
It's like years and years and years of emotion that, yes, for such a time as this. Yeah, so thank you so much. Some parting words. So we're joined today by the Howard University School of Communications, the Cathy Hughes School of Communications. We got 150 mass comm and journalism students joining us in this live broadcast today. And they're the eyes and the ears out there talking about what students are seeing, feeling, experiencing. What parting words and maybe a little advice would you have for our students at not just Howard, but all the HBCUs that are tuning in? And in fact, let me not even limit it there. Just students in general, because we're represented everywhere, right?
Absolutely.
But what advice do you have for students to kind of keep it together right now and not let all of this bring them down?
So I think the first thing that I would say is to take care of you, right? You are your best thing. So you have to take care of yourself. Your mental health is of the utmost importance. So we are so emotionally involved and so passionate about this, but if it gets to be too much, take time to step away. Build those moments where you can have your own private space to love on yourself, to be caring, and recognize that in the people that you love as well. And so I would say, like, create those moments of peace, because you can't always control the outside world, but find those moments of peace where you can reconnect to your why. Why is this important to you? And use that to just make sure that you're taking care of you.
Yeah, that's great advice. And that saying, why can't we all just get along? At the end of the day, that's what it's going to have to come down to. Someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And if you're, depending on what side of this election, debate you're on, it may not be the person that you think so highly of, and that's okay. We still have to find a way, to all get along.
Absolutely. There's space for everyone. Sometimes you may have to make that space, right? But don't disengage if, for whatever reason, the political figure that you're supporting doesn't win this election. Like, don't let that disenfranchise you, but make sure that you continue to find your space and make your way to be an active part of the process.
Wonderful. Spoken like a true shero. Janae Fletcher, please tell everyone out there watching how they can find you and follow your company.
You can email me at jfletcher@braveworkscollaborative.com.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We have another interview that's going to be joining us right now. Let's give it up for Janae Fletcher. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And right now, I would love to bring Dr. Angela Miner up here to the live stage at Howard University. Let's give it up for Dr. Miner.
Greetings, how are you?
Thank you. Thanks for joining us on the Golden Stage today.
Wonderful to be here.
Oh, it's a pleasure. So, you've been really hard at work. I want you to tell everyone what your role is here at Howard University, and we're going to get into some of the creative works throughout the day that you've allowed these students to produce.
Sure. I am faculty in the illustrious School of Communications at Howard University. I am over the legal communications sequence. I'm also the director of our award-winning forensics program that consists of 2 teams, Howard Speech and Debate and Howard Mock Trial.
Awesome. And so today you're going to see some of the work of the students that have been working with Dr. Miner. You've produced a series of micro debates. Tell me what these micro debates are and what inspired them.
Absolutely. So we wanted to actually stand in the moment, live in the moment, and we also wanted to showcase all the talent that's coming out of the School of Communications. So we did what was called micro debates. They're literally 2-minute debates on cutting-edge topics. 1 in affirmative, 1 in negation. So we cover topics from the gamut of student loan debt to fracking to critical race theory and embracing or erasing black. So we covered all the cutting edge information, and we just wanted to showcase our talent in the skill set of debate.
All right, it is an explosive debate. What have you learned? Sometimes, we talk about students learning, but we're never too old to learn and to get something out of this. These students were diving into the issues that matter to them in this election season, but what did you learn from this?
I've learned that if you train a child, they really don't depart. We have some phenomenal students at Howard University, and the debate team has made great strides. We've just actually debated Yale, and I believe we did a phenomenal job. We debated whether the federal government should ban TikTok. We debated whether nepotism should be in professional sports. And I said all of that to say that the students are learning exemplary skills, public speaking skills, standing in their truth, vetting on what is the truth and not fake news. The students are learning to stand on issues that are relevant and important to them and speak for the underrepresented.
As a journalist myself and a broadcast journalist most of my career, that the age of AI really is making it challenging, I'll say, for our young people to really know what truth is and what right and wrong is as they are debating and pulling in facts from any and everywhere. And debating is such a gift because if you can debate, if you can join a debate team and you can speak publicly, you can survive in this world. Life is one big debate, right?
Absolutely.
So, but how are you instilling in them the fact-finding mission to uphold the credibility and integrity of journalism?
Again, another excellent question. So we have about 50 people that are active. So we have the debaters that are going to be in the forefront, and then we have a cadre of students that are vetting what we're saying. We're looking at scholarly articles. We're doing the research, and we're getting the sources that we're going to stand on and what they're going to actually talk about and debate about. So it's making sure that we are check-finding and cross-check-finding, making sure that when we stand on that stage, we are standing in truth and service.
Very nice. So how many debates? There's 7, was it 7 debates total?
I believe it was a total of 9 debates.
Okay. And did you have a favorite of all the topics that were debated to hear the students' perspective?
Yes. My absolute favorite was critical race theory, erasing black. That was my absolute favorite. The students were so passionate to debate that, and it was just the resolution, I believe, was resolved. Critical race theory should be an adopted policy because we know it as a theory. It's not a misnomer. There are a lot of school of thought that believes that there is no systemic racism, and then there's a huge school of thought that does. And so we wanted to come with some information that this is alive, it's existing, but it has nothing to do with removing textbooks, or it really has very little to do with erasing African American studies or histories in colleges and in high schools. So that was my favorite, Erasing Black.
Yeah, that's a hot topic right now because this election, never before, I don't think, have we faced such issues, changing our history. Not just changing, but wiping away history. Right?
Absolutely. This climate of political polarity has been one of the strongest. We have seen laws change. We have seen laws that have marginalized groups of people, affecting kind of like almost a racial disparate impact on women, on children, on, of course, the Black community. So it's good that we talk about these things so that when we go out and these students graduate, they are the proper civic agents. And then, like you said, if they can debate, they can stand in any public fora and profess their knowledge that they gained from Howard University.
I was going to say, and what better example than the vice president who graduated from Howard University and went on to become a prosecutor and a legal personality, and now potentially the president of the United States. Like that foundation was set right here on this land.
Exactly, and we're so proud of that. We have done actually several interviews internationally and domestic about just what it feels to be and follow in the footsteps of Kamala Harris, VP Harris, who is actually on the Howard Speech and Debate team. So we talked about that as well.
Amazing. Well, Dr. Miner, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for
and good luck to your students. We look forward to seeing those debates. Again, you're going to see the debates throughout our coverage today. We're going to be bringing a few of them in here and there. Thank you. Everyone give it up for Dr. Miner. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I want to remind everyone that this is a live broadcast from the Mecca, Howard University. We are Bison Election Central, and this whole campus is shut down today. If you get a chance to walk outside or see the outside, there's no students on campus. There's very little traffic. You'll just see a bunch of police cars and the Secret Service and CIA and local police. Everyone's here holding it down because the vice president has made this, Howard University, her campaign election night headquarters. So she's going to be here tonight, and we're really excited about that. If you haven't voted yet, please get out and vote. This is the day. This is the day that we've been waiting for a very long time. Get out and cast your vote for whoever it is that you follow, and hopefully by tonight we'll have some results. But right now, I want to toss it back over to my guy, Shorty Corleone, for some trivia facts.
It's time for the HU Trivia. All right. Now for our trivia today. Which HBCU is known as the Mecca? A, Howard University. B, Spelman College. C, Tuskegee University. And I think you know the answer is A, Howard University. Fun fact, Howard University, founding purpose, Howard University was chartered by Congress in 1867 with the original mission of educating Black ministers. A little fun fact for you. Right here on ground zero of the election, Howard University. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. We're gonna put a little go-go in your life. Come on. Think it's only right. We're in the District of Columbia. Go, 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 go. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. Coming up next is the Bison Squad. We're gonna turn it over to the Bison Squad. Before we pass it over, we'll give you some more. Go, go, go. Come on. Let the beat rock. HU. Hold it right there. News 1, TV 1, Our Woman TV. Yes, sir. I want to see everybody out to the polls. This historical election day, November 5th. Bring the music back, fellas. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. Put it right there on the beat. Bison Squad, how we looking, Bison Squad? Huh? Y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to go? Bison Squad, y'all ready to go? Can we play one more before we start the show? Huh? Now it's time for the Bison Squad.
My apologies. Yes, my apologies. Yes. So a lot of Howard University students are here on campus, seeing the police cars, seeing the Secret Service here, and it makes them a little anxious and nervous to know like what's to come. And everything. So, Jada, do you want to talk about that a little bit? I know we were talking about how nervous it is to just be in this space. Yes, it's rewarding and fulfilling, but it's also like, what if another January 6th situation happens again? What will they do now? Because we see the gates around campus, we see everything that's going on, but what's the next step?
No, that's real. I think in order to kind of talk about this, first and foremost, we need to paint the scene of what's going on around the campus. I mean, if you go outside, I mean, all of Howard University is literally boarded up, right? They're not playing when it comes to the vice president. I can't even get on the yard, and I've been going on 3 years now, right? So at the end of the day, things really are barricaded. But what I will say, something that's not barricaded that I wish is actually my dorm room. Right? There are no barricades around my dorms. Like, yes, there are police cars here and there. Am I the only one living on campus? What about y'all? Y'all live on campus down here at all? Yeah, so it's like, hey, like at the end of the day, I'm glad that the yard is secure, and hopefully Bird Gymnasium, where some of our students are going to be having a watch party later on today, will hopefully be secure as well. But at the end of the day, as a student, I am concerned, right? If I wasn't a journalism major, to be completely honest, I would be locked up in my dorm room right now. How are y'all feeling? Would y'all be here right now if not for the School of Communications?
Oh yeah, that's real. That's real for sure. Safety is always a big thing here. Um, you know, some of us students actually feel like maybe campus security could be a little bit better, but they've definitely been doing their thing today. And so today's all we worried about. Robert, how you feel about that?
Overall, I just feel like, once again, us as being Howard students and, us being protected is incredibly important because, once again, we're like the face of the school. And, VP Harris went here. So, it's kind of going to be a lot of traffic. You would think it would be a lot of traffic, but, with security being here, it's kind of like actually make me feel a little bit safer. As I am a journalism student and as I am like in like the barricades in a way. So, but for those that lives in the dorms and everything like that, I kind of feel like they could be a little bit more protected. Because once again, you never know what could happen. We could have an intruder go into the dorms, or, it would just make them feel more comfortable and more safer if we had more, security around the dorms and everything like that.
Yes, and I actually know a couple of students who actually left campus today just so they wouldn't have to put up with everything. I definitely see where they're coming from. I mean, yes, you want to witness history, but if it's going to be overstimulating and if it's going to be like, you have to protect yourself at the end of the day. You have to protect yourself, your peace, and that just might mean leaving and going off campus, going to visit a family member. Some people even went home to their home states just so they won't have to be there. Well, be here, tonight of all nights. Mm-hmm. Even though people want to see Vice President Kamala Harris, people, they don't want to deal with everything that comes with it because, like Jada said, we can't even go in the yard today. We have to have a badge, a wristband, or something like certified. Do you have a wristband? Do you have a wristband? But you have to have something that makes sure that that's all Secret Service up there. Mm-hmm. That's not Howard University. That's all Secret Service. That's all White House. So I think it's really important that people know that Howard University students kind of don't feel safe. That's why they left, or they just don't want to put up with it at all. Jada?
One thing that I will say, though, like, even though we are a little bit on edge about it, like we kind of did earlier, we do have to give security props, right? At the end of the day, yes, we are a little bit nervous, but I think that's really just because we've never been in this scenario before, right? I'm a woman of faith. I'm a woman of God. So for me, it's about prayer. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to make it home for Christmas, and in the name of Jesus, I will. Okay, I don't know about y'all, but I'm going to make it out of here if I have to. But like you said, Resiah, I do have friends who are in Texas now. They went home to Las Vegas. I've got friends in Nevada. I mean, they've just gone home, right? And I do understand, right? Families want to make sure that students are safe and protected. But honestly, I've got to give the university, we got to give the Secret Service props as well, right? They're not doing half a bad job. And as the day has gone on so far, I have gone up and down these Howard Hills. Y'all know that's what we're known for. And ultimately, I have been pretty safe so far. And by the grace of God, we will continue to be safe. So ultimately, although there are those nerves, at the end of the day, I do still have confidence and faith in the university that, we're going to be able to work through this moment in history, and we're going to enjoy it. It's going to be a moment of joy and excitement, and really just being able to experience this all together and to do it well, right? What do you think about that, Robert? How are you feeling?
Once again, I'm feeling good about everything. We got Secret Service. We got top flight security up here. You hear me? Top flight. But anyways, I do feel safer around with security being here, Secret Service, and everything like that. So that's my point, my take. But my question is for you guys, it's just not about the safety on campus, though. We got to think about what's been going on around the country, for real, the burning of the ballot boxes and stuff like that. So how do you guys feel about safety regarding people going out to vote today and everything like that?
Well, just a quick tangent, with the burning of the ballot boxes and all that, let's really get into that. First off, obviously stay safe. But to those who maybe feel like voting doesn't matter, why would they be burning your ballots if it did? You know what I'm saying? So I think with things like that, again, just stay safe, but also make sure you're not afraid either. Safety, we don't often regard it as a two-way street, but, carrying that confidence with you, like, ain't nobody gonna mess with me, like, I'm gonna do what I came here to do, that's all you can ask for. And, when you exercise that right to vote and, when you do all those things to stay safe, but, walk in your confidence, like Jada was saying, I'm a man of God myself. So I walk with my prayers. I walk with my holy thoughts. Ain't nobody gonna mess with me because I'm protected by the Most High, and that's all anybody can ask for.
Yes, and I also wanted to ask you guys, how do you guys feel about Howard University? And I think a lot of other DC schools as well have been moved to either canceling classes or moving online. I know a lot of students are just happy about not having to come on campus and not having to put up with, waking up early and everything and just being able to log on at home. But I think that also speaks to the safety of students and everything. I think the university and other schools in the DC area took into account of, at the end of the day, the results are going to have a cause and effect, and that effect might be, with Howard University being in the center of it all, we might be, God forbid, a target. And I think that they really, prioritized our safety. They thought about us a lot. Like, yes, it's all about VP Harris and the Harris Waltz campaign right now, but it's also about the Howard University students because we are a representation of her. And I think that it's really important that, everyone knows that we're being protected, she's being protected, and at the end of the day, safety is what really matters in this election.
No, I definitely agree. I think, like you said, the schools have done great, right, around the DC community just to make sure that we are locking down and keeping our children's, health and safety, first and foremost as being priority, right? There's been a lot of issues with school safety in the U.S. over the past few years, and we can get into that later maybe in regards to different issues that are bringing out people to the polls. But I did kind of want to go back to the safety of going to the polls, of going to the ballot box and making sure that you actually get there, that you actually show up. Yesterday, I had the privilege, y'all. I was interviewing someone yesterday, well, anyways, I was interviewing someone yesterday who was basically talking about how she was not able to vote until she was in her mid-20s. And that's because before then, right, it wasn't legalized, right? So I think at the end of the day, we have to understand what it means, the right that we have, and just what's going on in this moment, right? We have a privilege, right? Being able to vote is a privilege, it's an opportunity, and I'm really excited to see Howard University students especially go out and exercise that right. Rasiah, tell us a little about your own voting process. How did that go?
I know for me, I live in Michigan, so I had to request an absentee ballot, and it was a very smooth process and everything. And then I also know a couple of people who went home to go vote, even though, like, a lot of people didn't trust the absentee ballots and everything. So I really feel like that showed, like, that extra length and that extra step of how a serious of matter this election really is. And then I know that Uber and like Lyft, they were giving off like 50% rides to the polls and everything. And I know a lot of, the D9 were doing voting mobilization and making sure people were going to the polls, making sure they knew everything that it took to get there and everything of that nature. I think voting as a college student can be scary because this is a lot of our first times voting. And I know that a lot of people are like, oh, am I filling this out right? A lot of people have never voted without their parents, or they've never done like a mock election or anything of that nature, so they really don't know what it's like to even vote for something so serious. So I know it's scary, but I feel like we're prepared for it. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, we're just checking off a couple of names on the box. Which name? We don't know. But we're checking off the boxes and we're making sure our vote matters. So, yeah. Robert, you think of anything?
The important message of this all is that your voice matters and that it is important for you to vote and to get out there and vote for who you think best represents this country. So remember that your voice matters and to get out there and vote.
So, actually, Robert, we talked a little bit earlier, about the different things that, different political leaders are, the different measures that different political leaders are taking, to make sure people stay safe. I know you said something was happening in Philadelphia. You want to talk about that a little bit?
So last night I received a TikTok where I was on TikTok. We just be late night browsing. And I seen that the DA of Philly, he gave a speech about what would happen if something was to happen to people that's trying to vote. And he basically said, F around and find out. Saying that it is important for us to be voting, and it's important that we each get a fair chance for us to vote, no matter what circumstance. So he was just saying any hate groups, anyone rallying up, trying to, sway voters by force and harm, you will be dealt with, because this is an important issue. We all have to get our voices heard. We all have to vote. It is important, especially because this election is important. So he was just making note that there will be some consequences if anything shall happen to any voter that's trying to vote today.
Quick question. Did you guys, I don't know if you guys voted in person or sent an absentee ballot or know of any Howard students that voted in person, but do you know if they wore their Howard merch to the polls? Like, I feel like that's kind of a safety issue too, because, that might make you a target, that might make you, people might say, people wear their Howard merch in the airport. So like wearing Howard merch to us is nothing new to us, but wearing at the polls, I feel like that showed the strength in numbers that VP Harris has. But do you think that was kind of like a safety? Was that a tricky situation? What do you think, Jada?
Honestly, I really didn't even think about that point, so I'm actually glad that you brought it up. When I went to the polls, I did see a few Howard t-shirts, but I didn't think anything of it, and that might be because I voted literally right around the corner, right, like the U Street Metro right there, which is very close to campus, so a lot of us were showing up at those polls over there, so it wasn't even a thought process in my mind, but that's a great point, right? And even earlier you mentioned that for many of us, this is the first time we are voting without our parents, right? I don't know about y'all, but I'm still a little girl at heart. I'm still 14. I'm like, where is my mama, right? Like, where am I supposed to be at? Mama, keep me safe and protected. I love you if you're watching, mama, right? But at the end of the day, you're going here by yourself for the first time, maybe your first time voting at all, and you're testing out the experience. And honestly, I think that safety is the last thing that any of us should be worried about. But Robert, I want to bring up what you just mentioned. You said, was it the Philadelphia governor you said did that? District attorney, excuse me, but I saw that as well, right? Him saying F around and find out. If you think that you are about to sit up here and set anybody up or do anything malicious in order to prevent, right, our right to vote, then find out. And what do you say?
You will be dealt with.
You will be dealt with. And I mean, for me personally, I love to see that. I love to hear that. I love that it's going viral. I think that type of stuff is important, right? Because historically, we have been intimidated out of our vote, right? I think, honestly, a question I have for you all is, did you feel intimidated to vote this time around? Now, what's going on. Do you feel like there's a sense of those who are not voting? Do you think that they might be ashamed or embarrassed? I don't know about y'all, but I don't see anybody walking around campus saying proudly, oh, I'm not voting. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think, my opinion is that, I think a lot of people are just, trying to stay quiet about who they're voting for, and, which is their given right. You don't have to necessarily be out loud. At one point, society weren't loud about who we were voting for. It was quiet. So, so a lot of people are, especially dealing with these two candidates that we have, we don't know how the country's going to go, if one of them are elected. So, a lot of them are kind of like being, a little bit embarrassed to say who they voted for or to say who they're going to vote for because they don't know, the reaction that they will get back. And that's understandable. But once again, we have to go back that, we don't always have to express who we're voting for. I know social media is now here, present. A lot of people are on social media saying that who they're voting for and stuff like that. But at one point in time, we did keep our political views quiet.
I know me personally, nobody can ever make me ashamed about not voting or voting in general. You know what I'm saying? And we got VP Kamala Harris on deck. So nobody could ever make me ashamed of being a Bison or voting for a Bison. And again, that's just something, you got to walk in. That's that confidence you have to carry with you because nobody can take that from you unless you let them. And so when we get to this topic of voting, it's very important that everyone exercises that because, like mentioned, this is what our ancestors fought for. This is what our ancestors got killed for. So, everything that's been done for us, like Jada said, we've been born with a privilege, and that's just what we all have to carry to this day.
No, and that's real. And Rasai, before you go in and answer, I just wanted to clarify. I meant, did you hear any students around campus being pressured into voting, or the people who decide that they don't want to vote, that they're getting some sort of slander in that type of way? Of course, anybody can vote for whoever you want to. Bison or not, if you're voting for Trump, vote for Trump. If you're voting for Harris, vote for Harris. So my question to you was really, right, have you seen any sort of intimidation to vote, or do you see students who probably aren't voting being very quiet? Have you noticed any of that around campus?
That's a really good question. I feel like a lot of students were inspired to vote. I wouldn't say intimidated. I feel like they were inspired to vote because, one of our own is running to be at the highest power in the land. So I think that's one thing. I don't say intimidation, I think inspiration. And then, we have a lot of international students who can't vote. I feel like those are the only people I've heard that have mentioned that, they can't vote type of thing. Like, not that they can't, but they're, not that they don't want to, but they can't because they are not originally from here. So I think that was a really good point as well. But I think it's time we about to start wrapping everything up and everything. So Jada, take it away.
Yes, so you guys stay tuned for us, okay? We're gonna take a little break, but we're gonna be back very, very soon with the Bison Hype Squad. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, all right?
Welcome to Howard University's Election Day Micro Debates, where our Bison debaters dive into the nation's hottest issues, from healthcare and climate action to voting rights and police reform, all in just 2 minutes each. Let's see what they got to say.
Greetings, my name is Professor Angela Minor, and I'm the proud coach of the Howard University Speech and Debate Team. Today, we are covering the 2024 elections, and we're going to give you micro debates. And micro debates are 1-minute arguments on some of the cutting-edge topics, such as locked and loaded. Should we cover the Second Amendment? Or should we not have that right to carry guns? We're also going to talk about student loan debt. We're going to talk about climate control, because these are the topics that as citizens of America, we should be concerned about. You're going to hear an argument for 1 minute, 60 seconds on one side of the case, and then another 60 seconds arguing against the case. Get ready. Stay tuned for micro debates.
Hello, I am Simone Smith. Thank you for having me. Today we'll be debating debt or relief, the fight over student loans. Resolve. This House believes that the federal government should forgive all college student loan debt, and I stand in strong affirmation of the resolution for the following reasons. Firstly, grants and scholarships are not keeping pace with inflation. Today, they only cover around 30% of the total cost of school, the lowest level in over 40 years. And the National Center of Education recently revealed that students in the top 25% income range are more likely to receive federal student aid than those in the bottom 25%. Does that seem fair? No, but it does seem American. And with that, I would like to assert that student loans are predatory to the poor and the disadvantaged. Not only has federal minimum wage decreased as student loan debt has increased, but guess which community is corrupted the most by this system? The Black community, who has the highest monthly student loan payments of any community by race, keeping them from buying houses, building credit, building generational wealth. Does that seem fair to you? I don't think so. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Robert Khalil Kelly, and I serve as the president of the award-winning Howard University Speech and Debate Team. Resolved. This House believes that the United States federal government should not forgive federal student loan debt, introducing 2 arguments. First, how this promotes financial inequality. A study from American Progress shows that 40% of Americans that have federal student loan debt have advanced degrees. What federal student loan debt essentially does is that it places an unfair burden on the American taxpayer, specifically individuals who either do not have loan debts or who did not go to college, to either subsidize the expense of going to college and student loan debt for individuals who did go to college and who benefit from such programs. This increases the wealth gap and promotes inequality in our society. Second, how this inflates educational expenses. What federal student loan debt essentially does is that it removes the incentive for universities to cut costs and save cost-efficient measures, essentially increasing the cost of tuition for such students. This is treating symptoms and not problems. What we need are policies that work to treat both having debt and increasing costs, period.
Welcome to Howard University's Election Day Micro Debates, where our Bison debaters dive into the nation's hottest issues, from healthcare and climate action to voting rights and police reform, all in just 2 minutes each. Let's see what they got to say.
Greetings, my name is Professor Angela Minor, and I'm the proud coach of the Howard University Speech and Debate Team. Today, we are covering the 2024 elections, and we're going to give you micro debates. And micro debates are 1-minute arguments on some of the cutting-edge topics, such as locked and loaded. Should we cover the Second Amendment? or should we not have that right to carry guns? We're also going to talk about student loan debt. We're going to talk about climate control, because these are the topics that as citizens of America, we should be concerned about. You're going to hear an argument for 1 minute, 60 seconds on one side of the case, and then another 60 seconds arguing against the case. Get ready. Stay tuned for micro debates.
Hello, my name is Madison Moore. Resolved, fracking should be banned. There is only one argument needed against fracking, and that is the climate crisis. Fracking is releasing a dangerous level of methane, one of the most potent greenhouse gases to exist. This is putting a strain on the carbon cycle and worsening the climate crisis. We can no longer afford this, as numerous deadlines for the climate have already passed, such as the Paris Agreement, and we are now approaching a lethal global temperature of 2.0 degrees Celsius. The continuation of fracking equals the continuation of the climate crisis, which equals the continuation of extreme natural disasters, pollution, and could potentially see the 6th mass extinction event. Thank you.
My name is Coral Newsom. Resolved, this House believes that fracking should not be banned. Fracking should not be banned because it saves our economy and it saves our environment. First, it saves our economy. According to Forbes, our GDP goes up by 300% when we utilize our fracking efforts. Also, over 10 million jobs were created by the fracking industry in 2015 alone. If we do not use fracking, we will lose hundreds of millions of dollars that we could be using. And it saves our environment. If we don't use the natural gas that we get by fracking, then we will have to use carbon emissions. Or we will have to use coal burning, and coal burning causes carbon emissions. If we use fracking, carbon emissions go down by 73%, which will save thousands of lives in the current day. Fracking should not be banned because it saves our economy and it saves our environment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's iWoman Report. I'm Kathleen Trigg-Jones.
You may recognize me from numerous TV shows. Karen King.
I can't wait to get naked and show you everything.
Oh my goodness.
I always tell women, if you're crazy, that means you're coming upon an awakening. You know how they always say, you got that aha moment?
Yes.
The craziness is your aha moment.
Welcome to another episode of Street Politicians, the place where the streets and politics meet.
Is cheating a deal breaker for you?
We're 1 million people right now. We're going to be 2 million people in the city in 20 years.
You know you will be jamming until the break of dawn. I bet you nobody ever told you that you will be jamming until the break of dawn. But when I love till there's no love no more.
Take a look at how we can transform your virtual event to the virtual stage.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for tuning in.
I'm Maurice Dubois.
I'm Cheryl Wills.
Shorty Corleone. I'm on top of the world right now. To all the beautiful ladies around the world. Let me talk to y'all for a minute. DC, Minnesota, LA, New York, Orlando, Alabama, Chi-Town, where they at? San Fran, Charlotte, Miami, Jersey, Maryland, St. Louis, where they at? Where they at? Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown.
little trip. I heard about uptown girls, don't see what they working with. Hey, hey, I just left DC, I just left Southeast. I just pulled up in the shine, hope these girls ain't shine around me. Could it be you in Tennessee, in uptown Tennessee? Man, these girls can drive me crazy, cause we all got chemistry. Coming uptown trying to meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. Coming uptown trying to meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. DC, Minnesota, LA, New York, Orlando, Alabama, Chi-Town, where they at? San Fran, Charlotte, Miami, Jersey, Maryland, St. Louis, where they at? Where they at? Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown. I be swinging up in Texas, scooter, chopped about my speakers. Need a pretty girl from uptown that can hang, I'd like to meet her. Hey, hey, let's go to the west, put it to the test. I heard LA got a lot of girls, I'ma need a check. Hey, hey, tryna flow it up, down to Florida, take it slow it up. I think I'ma need some more of that. Hey, hey, uptown, baby, we go uptown. I'ma hit you up whenever I'm around. Coming uptown, tryna meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. Coming uptown, tryna meet ya, cutie pie señorita. Late night wanna see ya, I fell in love with your features. DC, Minnesota, LA, New York, Orlando, Alabama, Chi-Town, where they at? San Fran, Charlotte, Miami, Jersey, Maryland, St. Louis, where they at? Where they at? Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown girls, all my uptown girls, you know them sexy, spicy girls. Love the way you do that, girl. Uptown. Shorty Coleone, I'm on top of the world right now.
iWoman TV, empower woman worldwide. We gotta vote now. The state of the woman.
When will violence end? How many your high school drop out? COVID changed the world, BLM, you just stand proud. Human trafficking, how many children have been found? Obama wanted change, well, what change would you want now? Activists, leaders, preachers, speak on after. RBG built a legacy started by Cleopatra. This is warfare in the making. America, vote now, choose wisely. Rosa Parks never will hold out. See more women in office for decisions in office who raise awareness. And these females that come across us, we came from a mother. Strong, confident women, status so they're right. Should have been equal from the beginning. Lady president elected, change the method, give them a second to give a perspective. Maybe to be accepted, even if it's skeptic. ASAP, make this effective. I thought woman empowerment's the objective. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. 100th year anniversary. Beforehand, woman will rob, basically burglary. 2020 century for the 19th Amendment. Since our sisters can vote, they've been very independent. They fought 72 years to achieve. These leaders we lost, can we pause? Take a second and grieve. Breathe, who can we praise now? Better yet, who can we talk about? How about Mother Teresa, Billie Jean King, Harriet Tubman, Eleanor Roosevelt, Susan B. Anthony, bow and kiss the ring. Our mothers told us well when who we label queen. Better visions come with prayers. Vision big when we dream. iWoman TV, November, who we honor. Salute Kathleen Trigg Jones, Michelle Obama, and all females who changed the world, making it possible. Overall, you know what we gotta do. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. We gotta vote now. Laws change. Who you want as your mascot? It's a long ride. This isn't the last stop. We gotta vote now. Out to my whole city, young or old, I need you go and vote. It's time for us to take our city back, cause our city child need a little hope. Changes need to be made, cause these youngers out here, they wildin'. In my opinion, first we need to save ballot and peoples. Democrats or Republicans, who you choose, you gonna Trump or hers. It's your decision, it's your pick. Hit the polls, don't be embarrassed. Black, white, and you Mexican. Come on out with your Mexican. Come on out with your best friend. Hit the polls, let's get it in. Go, go, vote. Exercise your right. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and do it. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Exercise your right. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and do it. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Nisi J.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I know my vote gon' count. No matter your status and what you write on that ballot, it really matters. Stay on your 10-fold, on your 10 toes. When you pull up to that pole, just go, 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 go and vote. There's no better time to exercise your right. The feeling's so divine, gotta follow your mind. We say we wanna change, ain't no need for stressing. Get up and vote, Nisi, approve this message. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
M-Tana, Trinidad Gas.
Real, all the real about to feel this. Waking up every day with all kind of BS to deal with. Supervisors cutting shifts, landlords want the rent. How can I deal with this? How can I find the meal tick? Choices, sounds, noises, distractions in orbit. Gotta find me some order, gotta find some resources. All these fake old mentors with a bunch of BS courses. I don't know if they told y'all this voting thing is important.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Introducing Summer Dennis.
The system is big and it doesn't pay fair.
you select. Yeah. Hit the box, mic check. 1, 2. Mark down with an X. It's your turn, go flex. Who moving the house next? Who help you make progress? Who make you say God bless? Go vote, special request. Yes. Coming across your desk. Yes. Who ready to pass the test? You. S on your chest with a vest. It's time to rebuild the nest. I'm real, I feel the stress. Ain't no vote like your vote, cause your vote is the best. Yes. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, 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 go and vote. Go, 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 vote. Go, 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 go and vote. Go, go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go.
It's time for the songbird. Songbird can be sweet. Hey.
It's our time, it's our voice, time for change. So go vote, it's our vote, it's our power, time for change. So go vote, we'll pump your fist up, your voice matters. Hey, impact your culture for your community. Hey, I'm talking unity, northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, DC. Crank your vote. Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote.
Look out, world. Triple threat artist right here.
Look out, world.
Low, let's go, man.
I know you're tired of same old same. It's about time to make a change. Forecast your vote, no rain. Shed light on the campaign. Hey, divide and conquer, or unify, restore the honor. Look at the numbers. Inflation, lack of jobs, and hunger. We the people, stop the beefing. Your voice is needed, so go vote. Be the leader, the children seeking. Crank the season, we go. Rock the vote, put inequality right to sleep. Be the hope, the energy the community needs.
People go and vote. Get your vote in. Cast your ballot, let's win. New 4 years to get in. New presidential swearing. Capital is flowing. Nominations got them going. Presidential. Saluting your credentials. This country's new potential. Game changer, you know. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Ready, 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 ready.
Go and vote. Let's go. Let's go.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
KTH, you ready? Key the house, let's go.
Well, it's voting time. Who you got in mind? Grab the registration card, get in line. You got options, it's up to you. Pick a candidate, we got red and blue. You can mail in your ballot or bring them up there live. Just make sure that your vote is in by 11:05. So call the block, grab your friends. Time to get on one accord. All my ladies, all my fellas, residents in every ward. South side, uptown, southwest, and northeast. Y'all heard the bass. It's time for us to take back our shit. Go vote.
Republicans and Democrats, hope you getting into that. My president is black, so I hope you know who winning that. Crank with Corleone, so you know that I'm a rep it. Hey, hope you registered to vote. Come out on election day, do some research. Gotta figure out your candidate. Find your voting poll, make sure you know the time of day. Do your part, this affect the judges in the schools, the kids and the rules. Don't you ever get confused. Go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, 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 go and vote.
Go, go, vote. Go, go and vote. Tonight is out. Go and vote. Everybody vote. Let's go. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. ATC. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. A4Y. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. AT4. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. And once more. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Let's be
Dark black passion, y'all. Again, dark black passion. We the people have spoken. Let them know we ain't joking. Hit the polls and we voting. Get out and vote, vote, vote. We the people have spoken. Let them know we ain't joking. Hit the polls and we voting. Get out and vote, vote, vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, get out and vote, vote. Get up and get out and vote. Hey, hey, hey. Red on black. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go. Percussionist, vocalist, artist, producer, Shorty Doug, let's go.
3 stars, 2 stripes, 7 ward is my district. But I rep the whole DMV. Please listen to me. Listen to me. No time to play around. Let's hit them poles like we hit the go-go now. Go-go now. This serious business. We work too hard to let them take it. So much is on the line. Your vote is important. Don't lay down, get up and fight for this movement. That foundation is ill. Project 2025. Go and vote for real. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Take everybody, you take
it to the vote.
You said a vote, vote, Chris.
I know you tired of. Just go and vote. Them taxes hitting, they don't line up. Just go and vote. The DMV and nothing finer. Just go and vote.
You better
go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
The one band, LB.
You can talk about your candidate, shitting and the chatter. If you don't go and vote, your opinion doesn't matter. Look, time is almost up, so you gotta hit the polls. There's some grown folk business, ain't got time for no trolls.
From the barber shop, car wash, nail salon, you name it, too much unrest, inflation. We gotta save our nation. No education, it's time to do our big one. We claim democracy, run the polls and cash and vote with me. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Say what? Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
So what's the what? Me and Moscato.
Lift up our community, turn wrongs to right. Voting is the tool to ignite new heights. When we go and vote, we are setting the tone, building a world we can truly call home.
Go and vote, but only if your paper's right. Go and vote for who you want to win that night. Go and vote, just don't sit and be lazy. Like go and vote, like we gon' do this on the daily. Go and vote, go and vote, go and vote, go and vote, go and vote. Let's go and vote, let's go and vote, let's go and vote, go and vote.
precision, but we moving like a mission. Every vote is ammunition. Hit the polls, let it fire. Every vote takes us higher. We ain't quiet, we applying all the pressure required. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Where the twins at? We talking about Pulango County. Let's go.
Don't let it slip away. Tomorrow's built on what we do today. Go vote, stand tall, make your choice. Together we can change with everybody's voice. Power's in your hands, don't let it go to waste. Every voice together makes a brighter day. Stand united, we can make a change. One step of choice, the future is today. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Everybody,
T.O.B. go
to
vote
the
first.
vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, everybody, you better get to the poll. You better vote. It's for a reason. Take that stand, 'cause it's your season. And don't be talking online if you ain't do it. If you ain't do it. If you ain't do it.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
Turn your radios up.
The culture needs one in the chamber. The streets is filled with danger. The demons and the creeps, they roll in peace, but evil seems to be their nature. Need a game changer, major, but praying for your savior ain't the way when the enemy wants to send you to your maker. Gotta rearrange the way that the game is getting played. If politicians want engagement, why they treat us like they hate us? Need solutions, 'cause I'm not here to do complaining, but I won't hit you with no fiction, 'cause the truth is stranger. The situation we face in the day is truly gangster. Till my people safe, I'm in the booth and might produce a banger. Black first, my politic, my party, I don't do explaining. Chasing down election day support, but tell me where them other days went. Is radical action supposed to be the way we change this? I'm voting with my soul and putting 10 toes on the pavement. Cradle to the grave, boardroom from the slave ship. The only way to win, get off your ass and get your ballot in. Better vote, vote, vote. Better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, everybody, you better get to the poll. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. You better vote, vote, vote. Hey, vote, vote, vote. Hey, and you better
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. 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 Go and 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 vote. Go, go, go and vote.
back here to Howard University Live. I am Kathleen Trigg-Jones, your host for today. I've been with you on and off throughout the day. I am excited to be joined by an Howard University journalism and Spanish student here. Kaylee, introduce yourself and talk to us about your involvement in this broadcast today.
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Kayla Ferris. I'm a senior journalism major, Spanish minor, obviously at Howard University. And today has been great. We've been here since 8:30 this morning, able to report, edit, and get stories and news out to the general public. So it's been very exciting. I've written a story for digital. I've done a package that'll be aired on HU News Service. And yeah, it's been great.
Good, and we're going to get into her package in just a little bit, but I just want to also give a shout out to all of the people that are joining us today from iWoman TV, from Black Women Empowered, from News One, and of course the Home TV One, and just a shout out to Kathy Hughes, who this school is named after.
Yes.
You stand in the footprints of some giants between Kathy Hughes. You know, this is the Kathy Hughes School of Communications at Howard University. And of course, we cannot say enough about the reason we're here, which is because Vice President Kamala Harris walked these same steps here at Howard University. And of course, has decided to make Howard University her election night campaign headquarters.
Yes.
How exciting is that?
It's extremely exciting. And I was just talking about earlier how lucky I feel, not to only to be a student at Howard, but also to be in the position as I am as a senior, being able to be one of the more seasoned journalists on campus. I've been getting my education at Howard for the past 4 years, so being able to apply my education to the real world and actually be able to do my own packages and write my own stories is extremely empowering and exciting as I enter the journalism industry.
Yeah, so I was a journalism major and spent my whole life in behind the scenes and in front of the camera, both in broadcast news, multiple stations. And for me, and I wanted to ask you this, it's always exciting to cover elections. You know, there's this air of excitement. You don't know what's going to happen. And sometimes we're not always as invested as we are this time around. But this time you have one of your own that's running. How have you been keeping yourself fair and balanced, keeping your journalistic integrity intact, at the same time when you might be a little biased, in the candidate that's running for president right now?
Absolutely. And it's important to remember the journalistic ethics that we learn in class and the integrity that we're supposed to uphold. But there really is a big learning curve, right? Because a lot of us, if not all of us students, are voting in our first presidential election ever. I know for me, last time there was a presidential election was in 2020, and I was 17. So there was a lot to learn between then and now, getting ready to even be a citizen and vote in your first presidential election, much less being able to report on it. So understanding that there's always more to learn and that there's always more to find out really was my guide to staying fair and balanced.
Very good. And we're going to be tossing to your package in a minute. I want to talk about that. But before we even get into that, what is your goal? You're a journalism major, Spanish minor.
Yes.
What is the goal beyond this year? Because you're a senior.
Yes. Well, beyond this year and looking way into the future, my ultimate goal is to not have any limit on myself. I would want to be an anchor, but I also want to be a philanthropist, but I also want to be a businesswoman. I have many goals and many dreams for myself, and I look forward to achieving all of them starting right here at Howard University.
I love it. And I always say, those who know, but HBCUs do that to you. I went to Delaware State University. I was a journalism major and was responsible for starting, or at least helping to start, the mass comm program. But I do believe you can be anything. And I don't know if that just came from great parenting or going through the walls of a HBCU, but maybe a little bit of all of that. Let's talk about this package you did, because right now we're focused on the general election, and of course, Vice President Kamala Harris is running against Donald Trump, former President Trump. But you focused on local elections and the school elections, which are equally important, and sometimes they don't get all the attention. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. So we see Vice President Harris coming back to her alma mater because it all comes back to education. When we talk about these local elections, State Board of Education elections, they're all so important because it starts in the classrooms. It starts with getting educated, and it starts with our children. So making sure that people are informed about who all is on the ballot, what needs to be voted for, especially when it comes to these local elections and when it comes to the future of our country, children deserve to be educated well. And that's the only way that they're going to do well in the world is if they have that firm education and that strong foundation. So it's important to know who's on your state and local board of education and who's going to be pouring into your students.
So let's tee up this package that you produced.
Absolutely.
I want you to introduce it.
So this is my package, the State Board, the DC State Board of Education Elections Explainer piece, done by me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The election on November 5th has much more on the ballot than just the presidential nominees. There are many state and local races happening right now across the U.S., one of them being the State Board of Education elections happening in Washington, D.C.
The DC State Board of Education is essentially responsible for what our kids learn. We do things like high school graduation requirements, academic standards. Think about things like teacher licensures. When you think about the quality of what we're teaching children, that's the state board.
There are 5 open seats in the DC State Board of Education race this year, with 4 candidates running for re-election. The state board helps students, parents, and teachers across the district.
It's helpful as a teacher to be able to come in and know that I am with people who will listen. It's good to come into a place where it is like we are with people who understand both how hard it is and how much it is we want it to be different.
State Board of Education leaders don't just support students, they give them a chance to get civically involved before they're even old enough to vote. The DC Board of Education constantly impacts students every day. This election isn't just to select our leaders of tomorrow, but will directly influence our leaders of the future.
Start where you are, start within your local community. It's not always about running for a certain position or office, however. It's simply about making your voice heard.
Kayla Ferris, reporting for Howard University News Service.
All right, thank you so much, Kayla Ferris, actually, and I apologize because I actually mixed up Kayla Ferris with my next guest who's joining me right now, which is Kaylee Holcomb, and another HU student. Talk to me, introduce yourself, tell us about you and your major and everything here at Howard.
Yes, so my name is Kaylee Holcomb. I am currently a senior broadcast journalism major and political science minor here at the illustrious Howard University. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and that's a little bit about me.
All right. I always like to start out with just asking how this moment feels, being a student here at Howard University.
I feel like this moment is honestly full circle for me. So coming into Howard and finding out that I got accepted into the university December 2021, I actually got to see the transition of power between then President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden. So in seeing that and seeing Vice President Kamala Harris actually being able to transition into that role, it was so interesting, and seeing the Howard University band actually lead her down Pennsylvania Avenue was interesting as well. So the fact that I'm here right now and she's running for president is so amazing, and the energy here is electric, and I could just feel it all over.
Have you had an opportunity to meet the vice president?
I have not had an opportunity to meet the vice president, but if I do have the opportunity, I would be very, very grateful for it.
Well, we all know she's going to be on campus. We haven't heard yet if she's arrived on campus yet, but I can tell you what, this campus is on lockdown. You can't walk anywhere without the presence of police and the Secret Service everywhere, and she's going to be here tonight. She's throwing one big party on campus. How exciting is that?
Oh my goodness, it's so exciting. So we just wrapped up homecoming about a couple weeks ago, and to transition from that to this, it's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. I feel like the morale on campus is super high. Everyone's so energized and just really looking forward to participating in the watch parties and actually getting to be on the yard and see that moment when and if Vice President Kamala Harris becomes president.
Yeah, now you and your classmates have been hard at work over this month. Like, this all looks easy, but you've actually gone out and produced packages on different topics, and you've been learning, you know, as a poli-sci major and a communications, major. What have you learned mostly about how journalism mixes with politics, and also just the whole aspect of how do you remain fair and balanced at a time like this?
I believe that, just with the journalism code of ethics generally, you always have to maintain that neutrality. So I think that intertwining politics and journalism, you can't really escape it. I feel like it's always there. There's always something to be said about a political event going on. So I think that learning how to navigate that and learning how to actually interview people and what type of questions to ask, just to not show that there's any bias on one particular side, is really important. And that's something I've learned and something that Howard has instilled in me that I will definitely carry with me into a future career.
And keeping in line with that, how do you keep your feelings out of this? We talked a lot today. In fact, your professor this morning, in fact, had everyone start off with a meditative moment, which I thought was very unique. And it was like really getting into letting go of some of the stress, because stress, is something that's really bogging a lot of people down right now. But as a communications major, how are you balancing your own emotions and keeping your feelings out of what you see happening right now in the political arena?
I feel like you always have to take that time for yourself, right? So whether that's reading a book for 30 minutes or just taking a break, going on a walk or exercising, hanging out with your friends, doing something to just get your mind off of it, definitely keeps you in check personally. And I also feel like your friends hold you accountable. So if I ever find myself working too hard and my friends see me working too hard, then they will check and be like, okay, are you okay? Like, do you need any help with any, tasks or anything that you have going on? So I think that community at Howard is definitely there. It's very strong. A lot of the friends that I've made through the journalism department here at Howard have definitely just made me a better person, and I can definitely feel and see the difference from when I, came into Howard University as a freshman to the present day.
Very nice. Talk to me about this research you've done. Now, we talked a little while ago with Kayla about the fact that local elections really matter, but you're going even further down the chain than that and really talking about bringing younger people, kids, into the conversation around politics.
Mm-hmm. So I wanted to just kind of do a deep dive and see exactly what's going on with students who are unfortunately ineligible to vote in the United States because of their age. So in that, I went to Cardozo Education Campus, which is about a mile away from Howard University. You can actually see Founders Library like standing on top of the hill of the school. So it's really exciting. And I definitely got to experience Cardozo in such an immersive way. So being able to do that and actually go speak to the principal and go speak to a few of the educators on campus was really fulfilling. And I actually got to speak to a student as well and get her perspective about what it means to be in this moment, to have this representation from Vice President Kamala Harris, who is a Black and South Asian woman. So I think that's something that's really important to broadcast, because we don't really see the back end of it and how students and educators are actually, I guess, using a segue like for education to just kind of build that morale among students.
Yeah. Do you wish that you had, or did you have that? Did you have that kind of an introduction to politics when you were that age?
Ooh, I believe I did. I believe that all of my teachers were really strong in instilling the values of voting in all of us, my peers included. So I think that this is a very important moment. It's a very historic moment, and I think that should definitely be broadcast.
Okay, and you're a junior or
I'm a senior.
You're a senior
yes.
as well. What's next for you beyond Howard?
What's next for me? I would definitely like to fuse my journalism background with my political science minor and kind of do some government affairs work to just work on those press releases and get that information out, because I know that there is definitely a need for the issuance of accurate information just in our communities. So I would definitely love to do something in that space.
Well, if you dream it, it will happen. So let's right now tee up your package that you did on these young voters in the Cardozo Academy or school.
Yes. So you're about to see a package from me. I actually went to Cardozo Education Campus to find out a little bit more about what educators are doing to educate and encourage students to actually get into the electoral process.
Less than a mile away from Vice President Kamala Harris's alma mater, Howard University, stands Cardozo Education Campus, an institution committed to sparking conversations among students about this year's presidential election.
We're a school district in the nation's capital, right? And we're in DC public schools. So for us and our population, like, this is definitely a very important election. It's more than just important from a historical context, it's also important from a very personal lens, because the population and the demographics that we serve and the issues that are at hand, all of that makes this election and Cardozo's rich history, made for each other.
According to the U.S. News and World Report, The demographics for Cardozo are 50% Hispanic or Latino and nearly 50% Black or African American. So, despite their inability to vote this election season, students like Layla Davis expressed their enthusiasm for the representation offered by Vice President Kamala Harris.
The students of Cardozo and, any student that goes to a DCPS high school needs that representation in power, because it then empowers us to go for our goals and go for different leadership positions. I feel like seeing a Black woman who's so ambitious, who looks like me, who talks like me, maybe even acts like me, who's from the same place that I'm from, I feel like that would really empower me personally.
Considering the high stakes and pressing issues in this election, educators at Cardozo are working to weave political conversations into the curriculum, like art teacher Belinda Cooper, who encouraged her students to participate in a propaganda-inspired art project.
The art project is actually about propaganda. We actually researched and discussed how other cultures in other countries, even as far back as Hitler, have used propaganda to sway the public opinion. So they had to choose a candidate and they had to explain to me why. And then once they did, they developed their own version of propaganda to help to sway the public to vote in the way that they felt they should.
As election season comes to an end, Cardozo's faculty and staff are hopeful that students will exercise their right to vote when they are eligible. For HU News Service, I'm Kaylee Holcomb.
All right, let's give it up. Yes. Give it up for Kaylee Holcomb. We had Kayla and Kaylee giving us that amazing content. They didn't have this when I was in school. In fact, that's why I had to start the Mass Comm program at Del State, because we didn't have all this technology. But joining me right now is another incredible HU student, Davis Daly. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Now, Davis is also a student here at Howard University. We have one more package that he's put together, and you're going to be talking about something completely different, and this is the third party. How many people know what the third party even means, right? A lot of people don't even think about the third party, but it's just as important, because everybody in a democracy has an opportunity to run for office. So we're going to get into your package in a little while, but I first want you just to really introduce yourself, do a proper introduction, and tell us a little bit about Davis.
So hello, everyone. I'm Davis Daly. I am a senior journalism major and environmental studies minor from Henrico, Virginia.
I used to live in Henrico, Virginia. I used to be a news reporter and anchor down at WRIC-TV, the ABC affiliate in Richmond, Virginia. So you probably were just a baby at the time. But yeah, I used to deliver the news there.
Wow, how'd you enjoy your stay?
Well, I went from Richmond to then Norfolk and then to New York City, where I spent the rest of my career. Yeah, so that's exactly. So right from Henrico, Virginia, that you can actually be anchoring ABC, CNN News one day.
Yes, ma'am.
So what major are you?
So I'm a journalism major.
You are journalism. Talk right into the mic for me.
Hello, I'm a journalism major.
Okay, awesome. And you're looking to do what with your career?
So ultimately, I would like to be a visual storyteller. Since a young age, I have always enjoyed being able to tell stories and explain unique perspectives that people may overlook or overshadow. And so that is my ultimate goal. And one day I kind of want to, with my environmental studies minor, I'm looking to kind of maybe go to law school and potentially go into environmental law.
Exciting. Well, Lord knows we need some great attorneys, and the ones that are focused on the environment right now. That's a very hot topic. But the other hot topic is this political culture right now in Howard University. How exciting is it to be a student at Howard right now?
It is very exciting. It's very busy as well, especially as a journalism major. But one thing that we always say is it's a very pivotal moment. Every journalism student, even if you're not a student, this is a historic moment. We are 100 years homecoming that we just had. This is 100 years at the Hilltop. Vice President Kamala Harris is on campus. So this is an opportunity for everyone to kind of take a piece of history and a legacy that they can share further down the line with their grandchildren. It is a very surreal moment right now as a Howard student.
Yeah, and you're part of making history, literally. This is all being written right now, documented. You're part of this transition of power one way or another. And you're a voter. Did you get a chance to do early voting, or did you vote in the regular?
Absentee ballot.
Okay, got it. Which is another thing that trips people up. So, and just reminding everyone, if you're watching this and you have not gotten out today and voted yet, please vote. It is our right. people died and fought and suffered to give us this right as women and as black people. It wasn't just an earned right. It was something that we had to fight for. So if you haven't voted yet and you're watching this, please, I love you, but get out there and vote and come back to us when you're done. But let's talk about your package that you did. So again, you focused on the third party. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so typically, in America, we live in a very two-party system. Third parties tend to get overlooked, not really given a lot of attention. It's usually harder for them to campaign and stir up traction. When you look on YouTube or Instagram, TV, you don't really see a lot of advertisements that promote them. And so my package is diving into that thought process of why are they overlooked, people who are voting for them and are considering it, what is motivating them and driving them towards that, and just kind of giving a brief overview of their overall popularity.
And what did you learn? What takeaway do you have from the research that you did? What is and I'm sure you'll get into it, I don't want to give away, spill the whole beans, but is it money? Is it, it's really expensive to advertise a campaign. Is it that? Is it lack of support? Is it, what is the real key to being able to run a successful campaign?
So it is actually a lot of things, but I'm going to start rooted with funding. So in my package that you will see, I interviewed one of our political science professors at Howard, Professor Marcus Board, and he was able to relay to me that in order to get access to federal funding for campaigns, third parties must win a minimum of 5% of the vote in the previous election. And so when they don't win 5%, they don't get that federal funding to be able to put these in-your-face advertisements that the Democratic Party or the Republican Party can. And so it ends up being this cycle of don't win the election or don't get the 5% rather, can't get the funds to promote yourself, people don't vote for you. And then it's a cycle all over again. But another step beyond that is people look at politics like sports. They have their favorite teams. And so once you have your favorite teams, you notice that people start to dig their heels in. It's hard for them to switch up and change their mind. And so a lot of times, we live in a world where people promote winners. And unfortunately, the third party has yet to succeed in the political sphere of getting into the White House. And so many people without that, I guess you can say, prerequisite of going to the White House, they're less willing to give a chance to them.
Yeah, they don't always take it that seriously. I got a question for you, Davis. If you could run for any office, first of all, would you ever run for office?
I will tell you, my whole life, I have not considered it, but these recent years, I've looked at myself in the mirror and I think I could possibly do it.
Okay. I was hoping you'd say that. So if you could run for office, if we could elect Davis for any position, any title, any government, local, state, or federal, what would you run for?
Ooh. Any title.
Yeah, any title. It's all, the world is yours.
I've always said I think I would make a good judge. And the reason I say I think I would make a good judge is because I tend to look at things objectively, fairly. I try my best, especially as a journalist, to remove any biases I have when reporting, when speaking to people. I look at everybody the same and try to have fair, equal conversations. I feel like as a judge, I would be able to give very fair, accurate sentencings or callings, as you will, maybe, in the courtroom.
That's awesome. And, of course, judges can be appointed or elected. So I would elect Judge Davis Daly. What do you all think? All right, Judge. How about this, Judge? Take a step back and toss it to that great package that you've done.
So thank you for talking with me. I'm Davis Daly. This is my package on third-party support. Hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
When it comes to elections, the two-party system in America often puts all attention on blue and red candidates, leaving third parties historically overlooked and under-considered by many voters, calling it a wasted vote. This societal pressure to vote for a main candidate is what Howard University political science professor Marcus Board believes deters voters from going third party.
The pressure to vote for one of the major party candidates, is extremely high. And you will be shamed if you do not support that. That drives people away from the third parties.
Anya Reyes, a college student who is heavily considering voting independent, also believes funding has played a big part in overlooking third parties, as they have to win 5% of the vote to get federal election funds.
Like we don't see a lot of funding, we don't see a lot of promotion for them, we don't see, I mean, some of them have really good ideas too. Like some of them do have good thoughts and like good ideals, but we don't see it promoted a lot.
While many people struggle to find a reason to vote for a third-party candidate, others, like protester Michael G., say that he is not afraid to vote for someone like Jill Stein if he is unsatisfied with Kamala Harris.
I want everyone to know, Jill Stein ran in 2016. The Democrats blame her for Hillary losing. Well, if you blame her, guess what? She's back. And people like me will vote for her if Vice President Harris doesn't do the right thing.
According to the U.S. Elections Atlas, only 2% of the national vote went to third parties in the 2020 election. Depending on your state, there could be multiple third-party candidates on the ballot, like Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, and Cornel West. As the 2024 election closes in and distrust in the two-party system heightens, this election just might predict future success of third parties. For HU News Service, I'm Davis Daly.
HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. Say what's the what? It's Shorty Coleone, and I have the HU Trivia. Okay, here's the question. Which HBCU has the largest student enrollment? A, Florida A&M University. B, North Carolina A&T State University. C, Southern University and A&M College. All right, HU Trivia. And the correct answer is B, North Carolina A&T State University. Now it's time for the HBCU fun fact. More than 70% of all black doctors and dentists in the United States received their degrees from where? From HBCUs. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're going to get the Bison Squad involved. Bison Squad, make some noise. All right, we're going to turn it over to Bison Squad. Say what, say what? Ready, 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 ready?
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the Bison Squad. Can I get an HU?
You know.
I know that's right. So, well, for starters, my name is Crystalline Johnson, and we're going to start with talking about safety. Now, I know we've been walking around campus, and campus kind of looks like a prison at the moment with all the barricades and the gates. How are y'all feeling about that right now?
I can definitely agree. It looks like almost like I'm caged into my own apartment, you know? It's giving almost homecoming, spring fest, like on steroids almost. Like, I'm not sure if I feel safe. I feel like there's more eyes on me, which could be comfortable, so I'm not sure exactly if I do feel safe or not. What does everybody else feel?
Yes, I would have to agree. At first, I wasn't really thinking about safety when I heard that students were leaving campus, but seeing everything boarded up and even seeing downtown DC being boarded up, it started to raise concern. I do definitely think with tonight being the election results, this is the safest place to be in DC considering Vice President Harris is here, and we have Secret Service all around the campus, police everywhere as well. So I do feel safe for tonight, but it's after the election, which I may be more concerned about.
That's completely true. I did a piece earlier today in which I spoke to other students and I asked them questions about how they feel about the safety precautions being taken to keep us safe during this election night. And a lot of them expressed that, especially considering the black community's very complicated relationship with police and police brutality, a lot of them expressed that they may feel a little bit uncomfortable and as if though the police here and Secret Service aren't necessarily here to protect us. So what do we think about that?
I definitely think that that resonates with me, considering the fact that I felt a little taken back by the announcement of Vice President Kamala Harris coming to campus to spend her election night here, and then the announcement to the entire world that she actually was going to spend her election night here. And that kind of raised a giant safety concern for me because a lot does happen in this area.
Yeah, I definitely agree. we do go to a historic institution, and we do have a lot of historic things like in our libraries. So are we becoming more of a museum than what we were before? Like, what happens when the Secret Service is gone? Like, do we need our own secret, like, security detail? Like, what happens afterwards?
I would have to agree because, after the election, we still have the inauguration, which is another 2 months away. And that makes me especially think about what occurred on January 6th. There's still going to be a lot of concern happening within the area. And I know we feel safe now with Secret Service and the police here, but we still have a long way to go, and emotions are definitely high right now. So we have to be alert.
So what do you all think is going to happen with the safety precautions throughout the rest of the week, or, moving forward towards the inauguration and everything?
Yeah, with the considerable high security detail that the Secret Service has provided, I wonder how long the barricade is going to stay up. Are you going to be taking it down anytime soon? I know we kind of feel like jailbirds right now on our own campus, but is it for our own good if it stays up, if we could still have this security detail through the end of the week until we finalize the election results? And as you said earlier, like, we still have until Inauguration Day to still kind of be concerned. We all know what happened on January 6th, and we definitely do not want a repeat of that. And with Vice President Kamala Harris being here, Howard could be a target in the coming future. So that is definitely a concern of mine. And I also live off campus, and there's been some concerns about outside attacks on students and anyone coming in for tonight's event. And so I know for myself and my other peers here at Howard who commute into school from Southern Maryland or other parts of DC or Northern Virginia, that we kind of keeping our head on a swivel as we are in public and walking out. There is some concerns about even wearing merch that would suggest that you're even going to Howard or even a Howard student. And so I'm definitely being very wary of that, and so are my peers. How about y'all?
Yeah, there's an emphasis on the merch, especially since we hold so much pride in wearing the word Howard over our chest or on hats. But there's a power within apparel, especially in these past coming years. Like, when you hear red hat, it's like you automatically have something in your mind about that. So, like, is it going to bring into question, like, are we going to wear our Howard stuff outside of Howard? Or do we feel safe wearing Howard stuff on Howard campus?
I know earlier we were all speaking, and we mentioned a post that quite a few of our peers saw on Fizz about students being attacked in the area because of wearing their Howard gear. So what is you all's take on that?
Yeah, reiterating what I said before, commuting in was the biggest concern, and still is the biggest concern for a lot of students. And it's resulted in a lot of students going home to their home states or just staying away from the area in general and not participating in this quite literally once in a lifetime opportunity, being here on Howard's campus, supporting our alumna and Vice President Kamala Harris for her night here on election night. And so it's a little disheartening, but honestly, safety is the utmost concern. And that's something that Howard has tried to do in the past and seems to really be putting a strong effort on tonight as well.
Right, yeah. Adding on, this election cycle has been no stranger to political violence. We have seen at least 2 assassination attempts on former President Donald Trump. There has been a litany of marches, protests, things being burned out in the streets. There has been a lot of political violence surrounding this election. So I'm not surprised that it's not that much different for Howard University students. And it's definitely something that is concerning, or that should be concerning for a lot of us, considering the fact that once, like Faith said, we hold Howard gear and Howard in a very, very, very high esteem. So we want to go out. We want to wear our merch. We want to say that we are proud to be at the school and to represent Vice President Kamala Harris. However, it's really hard to do that when we are threatened with political violence. So does anyone have any tips and any ways to stay safe to combat these things at the polls and when we do go out to vote?
Go in groups, for sure. I know as a student in the area right now is a very trying time for all of us. So I definitely think traveling in pairs, traveling in groups would help the safety that we need.
I also think always being aware. We are students in DC. We know the crime rate in DC. We know how DC works, DC Metro. We know how that works. And it's I do keep it in my mind, is it going to be like, worse than that? Should I be even more aware than I was before? But I would say, like, make sure you do go in groups. It's going to be like a crazy time, especially this week.
I would also recommend, I mean, I'm from Oregon, and I live out here, so I got my ballot here, and I had the opportunity to mail it in. And if you have the opportunity to stay away from the polls via mail-in ballot or absentee ballots, that is also a very great option. But there's also concern with political violence when it comes to absentee ballots as well. Like I just said, I'm from Oregon, and in Vancouver, Washington, which is just across the Columbia River, ballot boxes were set on fire. And so there is a risk in submitting your ballot through there. But overall, just stay safe as best you can.
I think one of our peers said earlier that if our vote didn't matter, then they wouldn't be trying to take it away from us, or they wouldn't be trying to burn it. So definitely get to the polls. The polls close at 7 p.m. today, so make sure you cast your vote in. But on that note, we're going to circle back to Howard feeling like a museum at the moment. Now, I know we've all seen this elaborate setup that they have on the yard for Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party tonight. And a lot of the students have been excluded from the watch party alone. And I know one of y'all was saying earlier that the journalism students were supposed to get like a certain number of passes, and they weren't able to obtain those passes. But also, there's another watch party for students happening across the yard in another building, and they're being separated from everything that's happening within our campus, or being able to be in that moment on the yard with everyone else. So how do you all feel about that?
Right. Yeah, I think it definitely poses like a question of, are we being used as a set, or are we being used as, actual support? Because there are Howard spaces where we do have watch parties on campus today, which are like feet away from where the actual event is going on. So some students are watching it from their windows. So it's kind of, it feels like I understand she wants to come home, and I understand wanting to have a homecoming, but I really hope that she does have like that homecoming feel. Like, is she really going to get that without seeing our faces in that crowd?
A video popped up on my timeline yesterday, and it was students from the Obama election when he won, seeing just how excited that they were, and just the energy. It felt amazing just for those few seconds that I saw online. So knowing that a lot of the students won't be able to go on the yard is very unfortunate. I understand security, I understand Secret Service, but I definitely think that the Bison energy is just something that you can't emulate or replicate, and I definitely think that a lot of the students should have been able to get that experience, whether they figured it out how they did with security and Secret Service. But yeah, it won't feel the same, definitely.
Yeah, and amidst all this excitement on the campus, I definitely think that what we're talking about, things like this, it makes us feel more as an exhibit rather than a place where history is supposed to happen. History is supposed to happen here, but it feels like it's happening without us in a way. Yeah, we talked about earlier about how it feels like someone's throwing a party in your house, but then kicking you out and saying that you can't attend and you can't have fun. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think we also pointed out, like, if VP Harris says HU, is anybody gonna know what to respond with?
She's not getting that,
So
not getting that,
is it gonna be like, strong, like our voices? So that was kind of a concern. But when I say HU,
you know.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
But that also brought me back to our previous conversation about us not being able to live in the moment with her, being that we have the same shared experiences. She's gone through the Howard runaround. She's been on the yard talking to her friends. She's watched probate season. We've all been through that. And with us being students now, currently, we're not able to share that experience with her. So how do you all feel about that as well? Being that this is your alumna, but the people who are coming, the people who are going to be at that watch party, they aren't us.
For me, it's a little disheartening because I want to hold this space with VP Harris just as much as everyone else around me. And I want to make sure that she feels supported in her endeavors. And as you were saying earlier, Faith, like homecoming, like this is her homecoming. There's a reason why she and her campaign decided to pick this place. And I sure hope it's for a good reason, because we are all trying to support her. And this whole entire year, we've been defending her on social media, within conversations with strangers, within our friends, encouraging family members who refuse to see a person of color or a woman in office. Not to get political or anything, but we're trying to open up the gates for more opportunities for people who look like us, irrespective of gender or politics. And both of those things seem to get in the way of a lot of people. And we were there defending the opportunity for her to do that. And so I wanted to be around other peers who are like-minded, who also support her in that same endeavor. And it is a little disappointing. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. I definitely think we wrote this election until the wheels fell off, and the wheels are falling off today.
Yeah.
The election day is today. You have 30 minutes. But we were also in a prior conversation about our mental health during this election season. And I know every student on this campus is overwhelmed, or the experience might be a little underwhelming. I know for me, I'm a little overwhelmed. Sometimes I do get a little anxious when I start to talk about the election and election season, especially with being a student journalist. So what are some tips that you could give people in order to protect themselves and protect their mental health during this election season, or even election seasons to come?
I definitely think social media has been crazy. So I think just taking time away from the screen, I know that's hard as student journalists, but just having time away from what you see on the media is very helpful.
Yeah, adding on to that, as student journalists, easier said than done, but our entire lives are on social media. It's on our Instagram feeds, our Twitter feeds, all our timelines. That's exactly where we are doing our work and getting our news. So being reminded that it's okay to unplug from that is definitely where we should go.
And those are two very good tips. But that is all for us. We will catch you on the flip side, and thank you for tuning in with the Bison Hype Squad.
It was a long journey to get to July 1964. Black America paid a price to get the Civil Rights Bill. It was the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 that set the stage for the Voting Rights Act. It was the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 that set the stage for the Fair Housing Act. And I would say that the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 set the stage for the continuation of our struggle in America for freedom, justice, and equality. And I think sometimes we take anniversaries or moments in history and we extract them out of the historical context. So when Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 in the presence of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders, that was a historic moment. But a historic moment that accentuated all of the suffering and all of the price and all of the sacrifices that led up to that moment.
America was founded, yes, as the democratic experiment, but it was founded on stolen land with stolen labor. So if that is the foundation of your country, then the folks who built it are going to be focused always on their own power. How they keep it, how they hoard it, how they maintain it at all costs, and how they make sure nobody else has any access to power of their own. Because if those folks get access to power, then they're gonna overthrow you. So we find ourselves in these continued moments where people who have been pushed out to the margins by the powerful few, when those folks find a little power and we make a little progress, the intent then always by the powerful is to make sure that we don't get too big for our britches. that we don't ever get too far down the road toward our own freedom, because that spells jeopardy for them and their power. And so there's always a backlash whenever marginalized people, Black folks in particular, make progress in this country. So we see the end of the Civil War, we see emancipation. So after emancipation, we have a period of Reconstruction that's supposed to knit the country back together by, in part, making sure that formerly enslaved people have rights similar to those of American citizens. So then Jim Crow comes along and says, oh, y'all got some Negroes in Congress. We're not doing that, right? So let's go ahead and make sure that not only can you never run for Congress, but that the people who would have put you in Congress can't vote for you. And then we're going to ensure that there's a system of racial terror. So that system of racial terror was there to tell us to stay in our place. Don't bother trying to vote. Don't bother trying to own your own business. That even though enslavement is over, you are still to be a second-class citizen. Fast forward to the Civil Rights Movement.
I had one sister, Yolanda, who passed away suddenly in 2007. And of course, my brother Dexter passed away this year. And it's me and Martin III that still remain. Well, I was so young, so I would be sharing a perspective from what I've heard from my siblings. And they often share about how my sister in particular, their daddy was her buddy. He was fun to be with. I can recall that when he would come home, it was like he was glad to see me, and I would always run up into his arms. And so we were kind of his refuge, around the house. A lot of time at the dinner table. We were just kind of like his place of comfort and joy and probably rejuvenation. And my mother would share that she knew this was important for him to be able to relax and let down because of all the responsibility he had, but more importantly, because of the numerous threats that he had on his life. There was a day in May 2nd, I believe, 1963, called D-Day, where students became a part of the movement in Birmingham, and they marched to the park. And in that park, Bull Connor, who was the public safety commissioner, had his police forces and also the fire department there with water hoses and billy clubs and dogs, and they unleashed them on those kids. And it spread across the country because the media was there. Shortly after the May 2nd, in June, Medgar Evers was killed. And then President Kennedy called for the civil rights legislation.
Medgar Evers deeply admired Dr. King, who was 4 years his junior, but who had preceded him in activism during the Montgomery bus boycott, which is where Dr. King became a known person and a known civil rights leader. Medgar Evers thought that the Montgomery bus boycott was it. Like, he really admired that and wanted to duplicate that exact same kind of activism in Mississippi. What Medgar Evers was demanding from the Kennedy administration and from the country was what he called first-class citizenship. What he believed that he had earned as somebody who fought in World War II. He came home and he and his brother went to try to vote in their small town in Mississippi and were denied. First, when they got there to try to register, about 100 white men met them with guns at the voter registrar's office, and they had to get inside with the help of the registrar who snuck them in around a side door and allowed them to register, but really under the threat of gunmen outside. But when it came time to actually vote, that number had doubled to something like 200 armed men, and it was 4 U.S. Army veterans, Charles Evers, Medgar Evers, and 2 of their friends who also had served in the Army, were denied the right to vote. And I think that those experiences and the experiences of being a young black man in Mississippi and witnessing a lynching when he was only around 11 years old just None of it were acceptable to him. And so, especially after he had served his country, there was no way that he was going to go in for being told he could go. What Medgar was doing was providing the same kind of local leadership in Mississippi that King had provided in Alabama. So Medgar and Myrlie Evers met at Alcorn College. She was a 17-year-old freshman. He was a 25-year-old World War II veteran and football player. They met, fell madly in love. She thought they could just live a perfect kind of 1950s housewife life. But instead, she wound up as the wife of a civil rights leader. When I look at that photo of President Kennedy welcoming what remained of the Evers family, Myrlie, 2 of her children, because the baby Van was too little to travel, as well as her brother-in-law, Charles, and they stood in that White House, a grieving woman who felt a great sense of pride that her husband's most formidable demand, that President Kennedy focus on something other than the tax cut that he wanted to do, and had actually gone on television on the night of June 11, 1963.
Good evening, my fellow citizens.
To make a solid promise that he would advance a Civil Rights Act to Congress, that it would be delivered.
It ought to be possible, in short, for every American to enjoy the privileges of being American without regard to his race or his color. In short, every American ought to have the right to be treated as he would wish to be treated, as one would wish his children to be treated. But this is not the case. Next week, I shall ask the Congress of the United States to act, to make a commitment it has not fully made in this century to the proposition that race has no place in American life or law.
And when Medgar Evers was assassinated, that is part of why there was a March on Washington, because that promise had gone unfulfilled all summer. And so civil rights leaders, including Dr. King, said we need to put a fire under the Kennedy administration.
Every organization that was a part of planning the March on Washington were working in their own spaces. But the big 6 were SCLC, NAACP, CORE, SNCC, Urban League, and then Roy Wilkins Group. And you expanded to include the National Council of Negro Women, which is Dorothy Height. And she's often left out of the equation, but she was a part of that big 6.
Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice.
Well, he had an incredible gift of being able to paint a picture for people to understand what was happening in reality in terms of the conditions and circumstances and the life of blacks in America.
But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free.
We talked about police brutality.
We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality.
And so I look at it as a preacher who's stating a case before this country. This is what's going on right now in this nation. And if this nation is going to be true to who it said it's going to be on paper, then you've got to address this dark area. The triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism were still very present, ever present today. People were at a place where they were fed up with the injustice and wanted to be treated with dignity, respect, and have equity. But he went away from his paper near the end of his speech and climaxed with this "I have a dream" phrase. And he went on to say, you know, in spite of these conditions, I still have hope. I have a dream.
I have a dream that one day, down In Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today.
Because that's what preachers do. You know, they start out sometimes with some of the challenges, the issues. A good preacher, at least. A good preacher will have some kind of hope at the end to elevate you. And that's what he did in I Have a Dream.
Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
And then you had the assassination of President Kennedy. By the summer of '64 is when we move into the passage of the Civil Rights Act and then the signing into law by President Johnson, who had taken office because he was the vice president at the time.
LBJ was a traitor to white supremacy, and he wasn't supposed to be. This is a white man from Texas. He was supposed to be a Dixiecrat, a Democrat in name, but a conservative in practice.
Johnson said he admitted to one of his aides that the Democratic Party, because of Johnson's support and its support of civil rights, probably had lost the South. And he was pretty much correct.
The year after the Voting Rights Act passed, Lyndon Johnson got the highest number of black voters that year. That was also the last time that the Democratic Party won a majority of white votes.
Thank you for that rich information, and welcome back to our live broadcast from the campus of Howard University, Cathy Hughes School of Journalism. I am joined right now by a professor of journalism here in the department, Dr. Christine McWhorter, who's going to actually be my co-host for the next few minutes as we talk about this election and how it's impacting not just journalism students, but how this election is making a difference in our world right now, because so much is at stake, and you have the honor and the blessing, and maybe a curse at times it might feel like, of trying to teach these students to be incredible journalists out in the world at a time when AI and all kinds of misinformation and technology is really trying to sway our opinions one way or another. So welcome to our live broadcast today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now, if I keep plugging this, but if you're watching us and you have not voted yet, tell them.
Absolutely. Go out there and vote.
Please get out there and cast your ballot. This is a highly contested presidential campaign. Either way, history is going to be made tonight.
Absolutely.
We may or may not know the elections, but one way or another, whoever wins, someone's going to win that's going to make history, whether it's the first black female president of the United States of America, or if it's the first president elected to come back after not serving 2 consecutive terms.
Absolutely.
So we're just standing by waiting for those results, and millions of people have already headed out to the polls today. I said this earlier today, but even in early voting, an unprecedented 80 million people cast their ballot ahead of time.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah, in fact, that's more than about half of the total number of people who voted in the 2020 election.
I think people have a lot to say.
And people have a lot to say. Yeah. So let's talk about what you do, though. You are a professor here at the Cathy Hughes School of Communications at Howard University. How remarkable is this moment and the responsibility of having an opportunity to have a front row seat to watching this all unfold on your campus?
I think it really is what you said, that having a front row seat. I think students having this viewpoint and having this opportunity is so much different than anything we can provide in a classroom, although we try our best, right? But we're right in the political machine, and we are allowing them to do exactly what they're practicing in class. And it's a space that a lot of people don't get to until much later in their careers, and here they are right at the beginning, and they're able to just jump right in and do what they know. And we're very proud of them.
Oh, I would have died to have access to all of this when I was in school. I wanted to be on TV so bad, and I was at Delaware State University. Go Hornets! they're watching out there. I love you guys. I'm on the board there now. But you know what? We didn't have a mass communications major when I was coming through. I was a journalism major, and I'm so glad that I got my roots set in stone in journalism, because if you can write, you can do anything. If you know how to tell a story, that helps you in every aspect of business. And I did end up beyond that going on to be a TV reporter and broadcast journalist. So yeah, I think just setting the foundation makes a difference. What are your students concerned about right now? Talk to me about what it's like to teach these young creative minds.
Well, I think there are a lot of concerns, and from a lot of different perspectives. One of the things that we've been talking about a lot is that journalism is changing, media is changing, and so even their role as journalists, what the newsroom looked like when we were there, it's going to be completely different. And so they're worried and concerned that they will be equipped, and also that they will be competitive in this world of journalism, and not even just competitive with other people, but competitive with technology, right? Yeah. There's a lot to compete with. And so some of those concerns are cropping up in the classroom.
How do you address that? How do you teach fair and balanced and journalism ethics when there is AI technology that can mimic you and actually become you, become a clone of you? You know, how do you teach the students what good sources are?
Absolutely. We teach students to use technology as a tool, not as a replacement for themselves. So there are some ethical ways that they can use, for instance, ChatGPT as an assistant, not as the replacement for the research that they must do, not as a replacement even for the wording and the wordsmithing and all of that, but just as a tool that they can use. There's one thing that I like to tell my students that they have that ChatGPT cannot do. It cannot verify. It cannot be the eyes and ears in the actual space, and it cannot replace a primary source. And so that's what we teach them. Those tools are there, but they're no us.
Yeah, and the other thing that we need to teach, students and anyone actually who's relying on technology is that technology has its own biases. AI technology, much of the AI technology, I can't even say it.
ChatGPT.
Yes, ChatGPT. For some reason, it's been a long day, y'all. But ChatGPT only goes back a certain amount of time. So when you're using, yes, exactly. So when you're using and relying on this technology to answer your questions, and it's not necessarily answering it in the voice that you intended, it's leaving out a lot. So let's just say, back when, it goes back as far as 2022. Well, I hate to say this, but Black Lives Matter, didn't matter as much, before the George Floyd. So you're looking at 2020 when some of the biases started to kind of change and come around. Absolutely. DEI is being phased out. And likewise with women, the voice of women is underrepresented in technology right now and in AI. So we can change that, though. And the thing that's exciting to me about the Cathy Hughes School of Communications is that these voices, these stories are all being documented in history. Each of you are being a part of history. So your writing is not just important to your university or to you, it's actually being cemented in the history books right now, because what's taking over what we relied on, which was Wikipedia and the Webster Dictionary, now you're going to have AI technology answering. So when you're writing, it's really, really important for you to make sure that you're doing your homework and that you're not perpetuating lies or misinformation.
Absolutely. One of the most important things that I like to teach as well is that you talked about how AI has bias. It replicates the bias of its coders. So when we do talk about things like race or like gender, a lot of those things that are baked right in are the exact same things that are baked right into our society. It doesn't necessarily differentiate. And I think that's a frustrating thing when we're talking about things from a HBCU perspective or from a Black, Indigenous, people of color perspective. We have the onus to tell the story accurately. We have the onus to tell the story fairly. But accuracy and fairness can look different depending on what race you are or what gender you are.
Absolutely.
And, ChatGPT is going to tell it the same old way that
Absolutely,
it's been. So
yeah.
it's up to us
Yes.
to tell it correctly.
Yeah. What do you tell your students about keeping their feelings, their emotions out of this right now? Because we don't know what's going to happen, but we know definitely something new is going to happen. A new person's going to be in office. It may or may not be the person you voted for, but change is going to come. So what do you tell the students about how to embrace, today's one day, but tomorrow you got to put a smile back on your face and do your job?
Absolutely. That's it right there. Okay. So there's two ways that we address this. The first way is by ensuring that we repeat and repeat and repeat, that we must be objective, no bias, and we must be fair. And I think here it's critical to say that VP Harris is alum of Howard, and she's a Black and South Asian woman. Like, she's everything that many people hope for, but those desires and hopes cannot make it into the story in terms of editorializing and things like that. So the first thing we just say is we've got to keep it fair, keep it objective, and tell the story as it is, not how you want it to be. But then the second part of this, and I think this is one really good thing about being at an HBCU, is the relationships that we develop with our students. We make space for them and their feelings in class. We understand that what happens might be hurtful, it might be tumultuous. They're reporting in a time of history that has never been before. Yeah. And so we make space to talk about those feelings, to talk about the frustrations that are happening when reporting. And I think that helps if they have a space to kind of air that out. And then we can bring that back to, okay, this is what goes in your journal, and this is what goes in the story.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
I love that. Speaking of HBCUs, you didn't go to an HBCU, but you consider Howard University your family, because it's hard not to want to be part of this community, right?
It's so, oh my goodness, it's so electric.
Yes.
It's so wonderful.
Tell me, what's the difference, though? Do you notice a striking difference between the experience at a non-HBCU university versus this HBCU feeling here, this vibe?
From the moment you step on campus, it's family. I remember prior to this, I taught at a different HBCU, and I remember my very first day, I walked into the bookstore and I saw on the shelf hair relaxer. And I said, oh, this place is for me.
Yes, yes,
They're not playing about that. But I think the relationships, the history, the legacy is completely different. And I think the biggest difference, honestly, is the way in which the faculty care. And I don't mean that other faculty don't, but what I mean is we are literally family. We're with students during their most difficult times. We are extensions of their actual family. And so I personally did not experience that at my undergrad, at my PWI.
You feel a little jealous, right?
I feel very jealous.
Yeah. I get that. No, and no disrespect, and all in jest. But no, I get that, because even me, I mean, listen, this is my first time being invited into the HU family to do a live broadcast. And let me tell you, y'all might not be able to get rid of me. I'm loving it. I want to go back to school now.
You're family now. You're a Bison.
Thank you. HU.
You know.
All right. See, I got that part down.
It, yeah.
Listen, it's been an honor talking with you and having you. Thank you for the work that you do, because these students really do need to hear from the best. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you dedicate, all the teachers here dedicate your time. I always say, those who know. The vibe at an HBCU is unmatched. Right. And it sets you up for all of your successes in life. It doesn't matter where you go, what newsroom you step into, or what newspaper, or what job, what bench you sit on. One of the students earlier said he'd like to be a judge. I'm here for it. But the foundation you get is just unmatched, and it sets you up to do anything. So thank you for investing in our students.
Thank you so much. We love it. It's what we live for.
All right. So again, if you have not voted, get out and vote. I'm going to thank Dr. Christine McWhorter for joining us today.
And thank you so much for having me.
And bring me back sometime. All right?
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. We definitely will.
Thank you. And right now, I want to turn it over to my co-host, Mr. Shorty Corleone, with some more HU trivia facts.
Thanks, Kathleen. HU trivia. HU trivia. HU trivia. HU trivia. HU. All right, it's time for some HU trivia. Which HBCU is home to Martin Luther King Jr. International Chapel, the only college chapel in the world named after Dr. King? Is it A, Morehouse College, B, Howard University, C, Hampton University? All right, we'll give you a minute to think about that, and let's get back to the song and the jingle. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU. All right, yep, you got it right. Morehouse College, that's right. All right, a little fun fact for you. Many prominent civil rights leaders, including Dr. Martin Luther King and Thurgood Marshall, were HBCU graduates. Again, we want to thank you for hanging out with us and playing a little HU Trivia. Now I'm back to the live stream. Say what, say what? Ready, 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 ready. HU Trivia. HU. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia. HU Trivia.
America is in the midst of a dire economic crisis.
8 out of 10 Americans believe George Bush led their country in the wrong direction.
Nearly 80% of Americans say Obama makes them feel optimistic.
He's taken his country on a path once thought unthinkable. And in a very real sense, he's encouraged great hope where many thought there was none.
So help you God? So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. All the best wishes.
You know, there was the good and bad of the Obama administration, and some of it was because of him, obviously, and a lot of it was not.
On the very night Barack Obama was inaugurated, a group of Republicans quietly gathered to develop plans for taking on the new president.
Earlier this week, I signed into law the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act.
Mr. Obama has been accused of being both a communist and a fascist. And were the insults limited to ideology, that would be fine. But they're not. Some of his opponents appear to regard him as a black man who's got above his station.
It started as a feeling of resentment towards black folks.
I'm not trying to be trivial here, but in a light suit, light tan suit.
Also known as Tangate.
Tan suit, and how the tan suit made him look unpresidential.
People looked at it like, how dare this man ascend to the highest office in the land? And he had this black wife from the south side of Chicago, and it was just too much for people. She was walking around looking young with her arms out.
Can we talk about your arms?
My arms?
Your arms.
Why, certainly.
Yes.
And then that's the first step, right? Because then it balloons into actual policy.
There are also those who claim that our reform efforts would ensure illegal immigrants. This too is false. The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally. It's not true.
I remember it because it was a break in decorum that has facilitated some of the most juvenile and barbaric displays from public representatives that I've ever experienced. And that moment of the Republicans, again, symbolically represented by the shouting, But that signaled a shift in their politics where their goal was.
Our top political priority over the next 2 years should be to deny President Obama a second term.
I was a senior policy advisor to the U.S. Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. The week before the State of the Union address, we had been negotiating recovery acts, investments around education, I'm sure something around labor and pensions. All of that was off the table. Staff, professional staff, some of whom had had decades-long relationships, not only stopped talking to one another, but some started to disrespect each other, right? Where the personal was then replaced by the political. So much of all of this led to me leaving the Senate sometime thereafter. One, I could no longer do my job, and it shifted a tone and tenor in DC.
And Barack Obama really did have to walk a fine line.
Recently, Professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. was arrested at his home in Cambridge. What does that incident say to you, and what does it say about race relations in America?
Well, I should say at the outset that Skip Gates is a friend, so I may be a little biased here. I don't know all the facts. What's been reported, though, is that the guy forgot his keys, jimmied his way to get into the house. There was a report called into the police station that there might be a burglary taking place. My understanding is, at that point, Professor Gates is already in his house. The police officer comes in. I'm sure there's some exchange of words, but my understanding is that Professor Gates then shows his ID to show that this is his house.
In both police reports, they corroborate an angry, a belligerent, a confrontational professor who was not cooperative with the police.
In his house.
And at that point, he gets arrested for disorderly conduct, charges which are later dropped.
And here's the deal. These police officers, Jacques, they're putting their life on the line. They were responding to a call to help the owner of this home.
They were not putting their life on the line in Skip Gates' house.
Wait a minute. You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
You don't know that.
Unarmed. There's nothing in that report that suggested he was armed or a threat to that police.
I don't know, not having been there and not seeing all the facts, what role race played in that. But I think it's fair to say, number one, any of us would be pretty angry.
He was with the cab driver who had driven him from the airport, from his trip to China.
You're defending this behavior.
Skip Gates is the victim.
The fact also remains that the neighbor, his own neighbor.
The Cambridge police acted stupidly in arresting somebody when there was already proof that they were in their own home.
Here's what bothers me the most about this. This is the President of the United States, and this is a bad example by a Harvard professor.
So a black man cannot yell at somebody in his home?
Is that a good example?
Is that dangerous? Does that make him a threat because he yelled at a white person standing in his house?
A white person. Oh, now you're going to turn this racial?
There is a long history in this country of African Americans and Latinos being stopped by law enforcement disproportionately.
Barack Obama had to be perfect. If you're a black man in America, and I'm speaking for black men, and for black women as well, but I'm a black man in America. I know from experience that the rules are different, that people treat you differently, that the bigots and the racist and, everybody really is sort of out to get you. You have to be non-threatening, right? You are deemed as more aggressive and more threatening than other people just because of unconscious bias, just because you're a black person. You don't want to be the angry black man. So I think that's really the effect of the midterms.
Look at all that red right here.
When there was the red wave.
You don't think the president is worried about this, Wolf? You have a Democratic senator up in 2012 in Florida, a Democratic senator up in 2012 in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. So those Democrats will be looking at the president today saying, the American people sent us a message, sir. How are you going to deal with this? And then you will watch them deal with this. You cannot underestimate how much change in America is now colored red.
That was all fear, because they thought Barack Obama and people were afraid of the changing demographics in the country, and they were afraid that there was a president in the White House who was going to be looking out for his people, who was going to be looking out for people of color, who was going to be looking out for the underserved, rather than putting the people who have always been looked out for ahead of everybody else. Even if Barack Obama had done that, what's wrong with that? That's why people elected him. They wanted their interests attended to in ways that had not been in the past.
The Associated Press just put out an article that the more black people support a policy, the more white people are against it. If that doesn't say, if this policy benefits black people, even if it benefits a white person, if it benefits black people, that's enough for them to say, no, we don't support it.
But in order to get a second term, Barack Obama, I believe, had to sort of sanitize himself, make himself not so black, make somehow white people in the country not be afraid of him. So I think the backlash was just a natural progression of the racism and the bigotry and how Republicans use racial fear and racial bias to gin up racial fear in this country so that they can control an electorate. And they did a very good job of that during the midterms at that time.
I think people lost faith in the system because you put all this faith in one man and then you realize one man can't do it if he doesn't have the support, of the rest of the bodies. The reception wasn't that grand, and we knew it wouldn't be, right? But you didn't expect to see it as blatant as it was.
And the reality is is that midterm elections and state elections have low voter turnout. And African Americans have to get to the place where they understand you gotta vote in every single election. It doesn't matter what they're running for. Vote in every single election. I think in many ways, he became a symbol, he and Michelle became a symbol, but we missed the point that he cannot run the country by himself, that he needs help to run the country. He needs a Congress to help him, to back him up and to back his policies up. And I think we failed him. The backlash that we felt with the Tea Party, that how dare Black America help elect a black man, and we're gonna show you. And so we had this surgence of right-wing candidates that ran for office and won. And it just stagnated any hopes of change for President Obama.
Now comes the Pelosi plan for a government takeover of health care. It's a freight train of runaway spending, bloated bureaucracy, mandates, and higher taxes, and it must be opposed.
This was a wing of the Republican Party that was preaching economic conservatism, less government control, and were really opposing any kind of substantial aid to help African Americans in the economy. And there was a great number of these people on the local and state level. And you were getting a group within the Republican Party that was more anti-establishment.
And that's why we have a divided Congress and a divided Senate. It's not his fault, but it's because of who he is, and it's because of the time.
We're in a country divided in many ways, where certainly we're divided on some of the issues, but we're also a country that's divided along racial lines. And some of this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the issues, as much as it has to do with race, and where some of the country feels certain people belong and what rights certain people have. And I think until those things are addressed or confronted in a real way, you'll always have a situation where anything can happen.
People were so afraid, and they thought that the country was moving in a direction that was not favorable to white people. All of a sudden, there was the explosion of the Tea Party. But that was really the ushering in of the MAGA movement. They were the baby MAGAs, the Tea Party. So because of that fear, it's all racial fear. People always say, oh my gosh, Don, you concentrate on race so much. That is big. Race is a big part of one of the biggest parts of American history. one of the biggest parts of what our country was founded on, slavery, Jim Crow, etc. And so that racial fear really energized and affected the way white people feel in this country and the way they voted.
You woke up the silent majority, okay? We're not going to be silent anymore.
One of President Obama's favorite quotes or things that he used to say all of the time was that it all matters. And we have to remember that the United States is a country that is built on expanding and contracting. Every time we have significant progress, there is part of our country that resists the progress that was achieved. And if you think of Coretta Scott King's quote, that democracy and freedom is earned every single day by every single generation. Should it be that way? No. But factually, is it that way?
It's really all about racial fear. People afraid of losing power and afraid of not being the preeminent voices in this country any longer, afraid of the changing demographics in this country, afraid of becoming a minority.
Arrest Obama! Arrest Obama!
Because they're afraid once they become the minority, then the people who are the majority are going to do to them what they did to the minorities in this country. So that ushered in the Tea Party, and then the Tea Party ushered in the MAGA movement. But even with that, Barack Obama persevered, got a second term, but what that meant for what happened at a local level and statewide in this country, I don't believe that we have recovered since.
I would say at every stop that I was going to be his major critic after he won.
You had been going on for months about President Obama's birth certificate. Right. Was that a distraction?
No, I think it was probably something that made me very popular. I mean, I was leading in every poll.
You had this neophyte, inexperienced, foul-mouthed womanizer who couldn't ever tell a legitimate truth, running against a woman with enormous experience, who had all the political background you needed, and it looked like this was not going to be a problem.
Go and vote. Featuring the creatives. Right here from Kramer Shorty Corleone. So what's the what? Ready? Go vote. Go and vote. 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 vote.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the Howard University live stream today. Thank you all for tuning in and joining us all day. I know it's been a long day. Hopefully all of you that are watching right now have already voted. This is an historic moment, and it's really even more historic here on the campus of Howard University. To feel the energy here of these students is inexplainable. I can't even tell you what that feels like at a time when they get an opportunity to experience history in the making. And this one right here I want to bring in. Dr. Stacy Patton is the one responsible for pulling this whole Bison Election Day live stream coverage together. So first of all, congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Patton.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah. You know, when I say this has been a live event, this has been a true to the term live event. We had an idea, but we weren't quite sure how we were going to pull it off. And we came together between iWoman TV and News One and TV One. Thank you so much for lending your gifts out there and your distribution, the Kathy Hughes School of Communication. Thank you. But how did this all come to be?
Well, we've done news coverage in the past, and we've done a wonderful job with the resources that we've had in the past. But this year is special for obvious reasons. And so I wanted to figure out, to come up with a vision that would match the magnitude of the moment and to truly give our students an immersive experience, but also get the entire school involved. To go beyond just the journalism sequence and bring together strategic communication students, to do social media, our documentary film students, our MFA students who are working on a election day at the Mecca documentary, digital broadcast, audio, to create a truly multi-platform production and to do it with outside professionals so that our students could get a taste of what it's like to be thrown into the machine and to work with the professionals in real time.
Yeah, and the reality is that when in the industry, as you know, when you're covering live breaking news, oftentimes it's unscripted, and you do have to be thrown into the fire to really understand how to survive. And this is a moment for Howard University that no one else can experience it quite the same way. To have an alumni of this university on the world stage right now, but vying to be the President of the United States of America is really incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. For weeks I had been impressing upon students that they're really in a unique position to tell this story. No other journalism school, program, department, anywhere in the country, at any HBCU, at any PWI, would be able to create what was done here today. So it's an opportunity, an experience that I think they'll never forget.
One of my most memorable moments today was actually your opening meditation. And, it's unusual. It's unusual maybe for the world, but it's not unusual for those who understand the love that an HBCU has and that professors and department heads and the president and everyone has for the students. It's like they're your own students, and you want them to be the best they can be, and you want to touch their mind, their body, and their soul so that they feel whole. And that's how you started out this morning. It was remarkable.
Well, I'm glad. Those who've taken courses with me in the past are used to the meditation moments, usually 5-10 minutes sometimes, breathing exercises, or we'll play something that's already queued up. It's really a chance for folks to put down their devices, to free up their hands, to open their hearts, their lungs to breathe, to connect with each other, to be fully present and receptive and safe in their bodies to learn. And mindfulness is something that I really embrace as an educator, as a writer, as a human being. And it's the most magical thing to walk into a classroom with 20, upwards of even 80 students, and they've got their eyes closed and their hands open and they're relaxed, sometimes laying on the stage or the floor, in that kind of safety. And HBCUs create that kind of space for young people that really doesn't exist in other spaces. So every chance I get in a room full of people like us, It's like we're gonna breathe. You know, we're gonna count. We're gonna relax and connect with each other.
And that's more important than ever for such a time as this. The microaggressions and macroaggressions that these students have been telling me that they've been feeling on campus, you know, some aggressions from a lot of racist remarks. The KKK has had some interactions with students and outside of campus and everything. And people are really angry that black people are getting a chance to experience this moment and celebrating this moment.
Yeah, that, you know, it's so true. I emphasize solutions journalism, ground up storytelling, stories about black life that go beyond long suffering and death and failure. The corporate media's narratives and distortions of our humanity are not the sum of who we are. And so I think what we witnessed here in this space today was a very powerful and rich counter-narrative, right? There was joy in this space. Sometimes we had to wing some things. We didn't know what was happening next, but we found a way. And there was safety in this place. And so I want these students to hold on to this quality, multifaceted, multi-collaborative experience and hold that with them, because this is what it could be. You know, we were listening to CNN upstairs, and just the tone, just the constant nasty remarks on repeat, over and over and over, create this psychological ecosystem that can really weigh on our senses and on us spiritually, emotionally, intellectually. And so that's why spaces like this are so important to be restorative. And we can have solutions-oriented journalism, but we can also document our own experiences. So there was a lot of like we had a New York Times reporter documenting the students. We had film students documenting the journalistic, you know, stuff that was going on. And this is how you take ownership of your own story.
Yeah, and I guess the question would be, what's next? You know, when you do something this incredible and bring all these students together, how do you keep this momentum going, regardless of what we find out later tonight or tomorrow morning or the next day?
Well, as I emphasized in the meditation, right, we're storytellers. We got to tell the story no matter how it ends, right? Tonight or tomorrow or Friday, whenever it is, this story is going to end one of two ways. It's either going to be a story of an alumna who was birthed by this institution, who found her voice and identity here, and political consciousness, and will make history. And we'll see the joy and excitement that unfolds, but also the backlash, because this country is very consistent. Anytime there is progress, it is always, you know, followed by virulent backlash. Or this will be a story of defeat, but a candidate who is at home at the institution that she loves, around people who will love her through this moment.
Talk about what's happening on campus tonight, because like I've been saying all day that Vice President Harris has decided to make Howard University her campaign night headquarters, and so we're going to be seeing her. The students on campus have been getting excited and ready for this moment, but tell our viewers exactly what's planned for tonight at Howard.
So there will be 15,000 people on the yard.
Wow.
We've had, you know, a couple thousand media outlets that have tried to vie for access. So that's been, you know, quite a feat trying to get in. We have a faculty member and some students who will be able to be in the press pool to document that moment, to get some footage. About 1,000 students will be given tickets to attend as spectators, so they'll be immersed in that space. In this building, we'll be here all night. I'll have some.
We're having a party. It's going to be a watch party with the students tonight here. Pizza and cupcakes, right?
So we're just going to wait.
Yes.
And we're going to report, and whatever unfolds, we'll be ready to document it.
Very nice. And so there's two things. There's a party that's happening on campus that the vice president is going to come to, we're told. And then there's the big event at the theater tonight when hopefully we'll get some results. But as history shows, we may or may not know tonight you know, what the outcome of this election is going to be. You did one thing. So first of all, I want to thank you. I want to thank you on behalf of iWoman TV, on behalf of the Howard University Kathy Hughes School of Communications, and also just on behalf of our students, because what you've done is really audacious. You didn't know, again, how you were going to do it, but you had a dream, and hopefully you can rest easy tonight knowing that you pulled it off.
Yes, thank you for that. This is really a gift to the students. You know, all the students that I've ever taught know that I teach with love. They are my godlings. I serve them. I always say, in order to master the craft of teaching, you must first be a servant to your students in every way. And so this was service to them. And I wanted them to walk into this building, taking a deep breath and say, oh, it smells good. Oh, it's nice in here, right? To be fed all day, to feel safe. You know, to collaborate, and I think they had that kind of experience. So
They have risen to the occasion. So thanks to all of you as well. So again, thank you to News One and the TV One family. On behalf of Shorty Corleone and I know News One might be signing off in a little while, but so thank you for having us. We'll be continuing to cover this for the next hour or two. But before we leave, I want to talk about this package that we're going to be rolling, because you sent some students on an assignment wearing a MAGA hat to see what kind of reaction they got. Can you set the stage and toss it to this package?
So I teach a course called Multimedia Storytelling, and I approached one of my students, Morgan Langston, and I gave her, like, I think it was $10. I don't know what it costs. I said, go buy a MAGA hat. Find it at the train station, wherever, and I want you to do an experiment wearing the hat. And I got the biggest side eye, like,
imagine.
You must be, Dr. P, I will take most pedagogical journeys with you, but I'm not sure I could do this one. But anyway, she found a willing classmate, Morgan Bryant, and Miracle Bryant. And so she said, I'll wear the hat. And she wore that hat.
Around
And
campus
around campus
around.
4 days. So Morgan shadowed Miracle and just got all kinds of, you know, just a usual day in the life of a student, going to the dining hall, going to classes, going to the library, walking around near the yard, and chronicling, you know, from a visual perspective, what those moments were like. And then she did a funny voiceover. And the big takeaway, as her story says, you know, this could have not ended well.
Right.
It's very audacious for a student to walk on an HBCU campus wearing a symbol that's so politically divisive and charged. But the most she got was giggles and side eyes. And
she pulled it off.
She pulled it off and survived to tell the story.
So in a minute, we're going to actually be joined live by Morgan and Miracle. But right now, let's watch their fine work.
This right here is Miracle Bryant Morgan. Brave, bold, and maybe just a little crazy. I gave her a challenge to do something wild. Throw on a MAGA hat and strut around Howard University, the Mecca, for a day. Yep, that hat. She didn't know what she was in for, and honestly, neither did I. And here we are, starting with a selfie to capture the moment. Because if you're gonna stir the pot, you might as well document it. She's already questioning her life choices, but she's committed now. Her game face is on and her MAGA cap secured. Our first stop was the campus shuttle. You'd think she walked on with a live raccoon on her head by the way that people were staring at her. The whole bus fell silent. We even got some side eyes that screamed, did she lose a bet? Or maybe, who let her on here? The vibe was tense, to say the least. Ah, yes, the look of confusion and maybe even slight horror. This person's entire day was ruined. They're probably texting the group chat right now saying, y'all, someone's out here in a MAGA hat on our shuttle. And now we're in the library. Sacred ground for any college student. I'm pretty sure the girl on the right thought that this was some kind of prank. Is she for real, she's thinking? Or did Halloween come early this year? Bison brew on a calm morning. But today, the bagels, coffees, breakfast sandwiches, and matchas all took a back seat to Miracle's hat. People's forks literally stopped mid-air. It's like they needed a moment of silence to process what was happening. Imagine ruining someone's most important meal of the day with a hat. That's low-key powerful. Now, you'd think professors would at least raise an eyebrow, right? Nope. Professors didn't even blink. I guess nothing faces them anymore. And then there was this girl. She walked in and froze. She was like, did I just walk into the upside down? You could practically see her soul leaving her body for a second. Yep, just your typical Thursday at an HBCU campus, right? Taking it outside now, and even the folks just passing by had to do a double take. This guy's like, this has to be a social experiment. Please tell me that this is a social experiment. Spoiler alert, it is, but he doesn't know that. By now, Miracle's making her way to the center of campus, the very place where Vice President Kamala Harris will host her election night watch party on November 5th. People are starting to get used to the idea of the hat. Kind of. We even got some giggles and a few whispers, and it's like everybody on campus collectively decided, we're just going to pretend we didn't see this today. Moving on. Back in class, and it's more of the same. Some students have that bless her heart look, and the guy up front is like, I just came here to learn, man. What's with the politics? A MAGA hat in class on this campus? Bold move, Miracle. Of course, someone had to get this on the gram. This guy couldn't believe his luck. I imagine his caption went something like, only at Howard. He's probably hoping this goes viral so he can say, I was there when. At this point, even Miracle had to laugh. She's fully aware of the stir that she's causing, and she's loving it. The guy next to her, he's like, respect. Not for the hat, but for the guts it took for her to wear it. Now here's a face that says, are you for real right now? Miracle's explaining herself, but I don't think he's buying it. He's like, look, I respect your bravery and all, but girl, why? And finally, Miracle wraps up her day by strolling into the Wayne AI Frederick Undergraduate Library. Cool as can be. The security guard at the desk, however, is holding back a smile, probably thinking, this campus never fails to surprise me. And here we are, end of the day, and Miracle made it through. No angry mobs, no confrontations, no one stealing the hat off her head, just a lot of side eyes and some giggles, and a whole lot of head shaking. So, what's the takeaway here? At an HBCU, a place where we hold Black excellence and resilience so close, a MAGA hat isn't just a hat. It's a loaded symbol. It's one that speaks to a history of racism, disrespect, and straight up hatred towards Black folk. So yeah, the stares, the laughs, the side eyes, they were real. But here's the thing. Even with all of that, Miracle made it through. Maybe it shows just how much strength and grace we've got as a community, that we can face something like this and keep it moving. But don't get it twisted. This was not just a fashion statement. It was a reminder of the work that's still left to do. One campus, one hat, one unforgettable day.
Me live are the stars of that video that you just saw who put this whole thing together, Miracle Bryant and Morgan Langston. And your professor a minute ago just totally lifted you two up for the fine work that you did, and also kind of shared a little insight into how it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to pull off, and you weren't exactly happy about the assignment at first, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Talk to me about this experience. First of all, introduce yourselves.
Hello, my name is Morgan Langston. I'm a junior journalism major from New Jersey. And my name is Miracle Bryant Morgan, and I am a junior journalism major from Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, and for me, I definitely was a little taken back because Dr. P wanted me to put the hat on myself. And so I was stressing a little bit, who am I going to find to put this hat on? Who's going to be brave enough? And then one day the question was just posed in class, who wants to, maybe help me out? And a miracle literally came up. And
literally a miracle.
Yes, literally a miracle. And she said she would do it, and I was just super grateful.
For me, honestly, I don't know what made me feel so bold in that moment just to volunteer myself, but that was soon mistaken when we actually did the assignment. But I just remember Dr. P telling us in class how, as journalists, we are supposed to take risks and step out of our comfort zone. So that's just kind of what I wanted to try and do.
Were you at all, well, first of all, when you went into this, what kind of response did you think you were going to get from people?
I definitely knew we were going to get some shocked looks, Honestly, we thought somebody might even like try to steal the hat off her head or something like that, or we might have gotten into some altercations with people. But I think that the response was was a little bit sillier than I expected, definitely, except for just in one instance when we had gone to the library. I think that things were a little bit more serious there, and that people were like a little bit more disappointed in us for what we were doing instead of surprised. So that kind of took me back a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I knew there was going to be like, some disgusted looks, people that were just so shocked that they even saw this on campus. But like Morgan said, I thought people were going to kind of react a little more bigger, taking off the hat or like, trying to pick a fight with us. But a lot of it was just looks and stares. So.
This is an HBCU, historically black college, and so there would be, it would be safe to assume that the majority of people would be on one side versus the other. But do you think that is there space for that? Is there room for different opinions and for people to speak up and actually support, the other side and wear that MAGA hat proudly around campus and be supported in that?
I would say not really, honestly. I don't think that it's really accepted. I think that it would be very bold for somebody to decide that I would say that through this assignment that I've gotten much more respect for people, like if I see somebody with it, I'll be like, okay, like, this is different, but you go ahead, you show your pride for what you want to show your pride for. But I don't think that people would be very accepting to it.
I definitely agree with Morgan. I would definitely say this assignment kind of made me grow a newfound respect for people, who share opposite viewpoints or opinions as me, because that was not easy. And being on campus where a majority, has this viewpoint, and then I come in as like this just fish out of water, it was kind of hard, but it kind of made me grow respect for, people who think differently than me. So.
Yeah, I like that, because my next question was going to be, what was your takeaway from this assignment?
Yeah, definitely. Like we already said, that we respect people a lot for sticking with their values. Another takeaway for me, though, was that there's just a lot of division, and that we seem to close our doors on people because of the things that they choose to stand with. And I just found it like it made me very emotional coming back from the library for the first time and seeing how people responded to us, because even though they don't know that these were really personally not my values, that they still judged the book by its cover, and they still let this one time and one opinion, instead of taking a moment to possibly educate us and think have a conversation with us and be like, so why do you feel this way? Why do you think this way? We were kind of belittled. So it was just very emotional for me.
Very, very interesting. How exciting is this moment right now on Howard University's campus? You can't even contain yourselves. Look at you. But how exciting is this to experience this?
This moment is super, super exciting, and I'm super grateful just for this opportunity that Dr. P has given us as journalists. We have a Bison on the ballot, and that's just so amazing to say, and we're in school during this time. Like, this is just such an amazing time, and I'm just so grateful and happy to be a student right now at Howard.
I definitely agree. I was speaking with our school communications queen, Jada White, earlier today, and she was saying 2 years ago I would have never imagined being here, and that's just definitely my whole vibe for today. Like, I just would have never imagined being here. So yeah,
soaking it all in.
Exactly,
Yeah,
definitely.
Are either of you, do you have extended family that has attended Howard University? No?
No.
Okay.
First gen.
First generation?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, thank you both for your work, your hard work. As journalists, I wish you the best in everything that you do. Your opinions and your talent are so needed in our world today. So keep doing what you're doing. Speaking of generational love, though, for this HBCU, when we come back, we're actually going to have one of your classmates who's not a 1, not a 2, 3, 4, 5. She's a 5th generation Bison. So let's toss to that package right now. In just a minute, you're going to meet her.
I watched as the number of students in my graduating class applying to Howard dropped from 20 to 10 until only 5 of us submitted an application to the illustrious Howard University. In the end, I was the only one to choose Howard. Growing up in Cincinnati, Ohio, historically black colleges and universities, also known as HBCUs, were rarely mentioned with the same prestige as the Ivies or even big state schools. For me, an HBCU, and specifically Howard University, was always the only right choice. The first member of my family to attend Howard was my great-great-great-grandfather Roland Bradley I. Roland I was an accounting student, sent to Howard to pursue an education during an era where most black families were still just 2 generations removed from slavery. He was the first, but he certainly was not the last. 5 generations later, and I'm here too, walking the same grounds, going to class in the same buildings. Currently, I'm a junior at Howard, pursuing a degree in journalism and carrying forward a legacy that's been a century in the making. Howard and other HBCUs have woven themselves deeply into our lives. It doesn't matter if yours is the 4th or the 1st generation of HBCU graduates. These institutions change us. And more than that, they change the world. Doctors, CEOs, entrepreneurs, artists all find their calling on HBCU campuses across the country, often without being given the recognition that they deserve. Every single year, students choose HBCUs, despite the criticism that they will not be prepared for the real world. That is, the white world, if they embark on an educational journey where they are not the minority. They say HBCUs won't prepare you for the real world. I call BS. For my family and me, choosing Howard was never just about prestige. It was about coming home. Remember my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather Roland? As the first person in my family to attend Howard University, he set a standard that we all work to aspire to. But like I said, he might have been the first, but he was certainly not the last. My grandmother Joan did not just study at Howard. She taught here. Dr. Joan Payne is currently hailed as a professor emeritus at the Kathy Hughes School of Communications. If you know a Black speech pathologist, there's a large chance that they were taught by Dr. Joan Payne herself. My father walked the halls of the engineering building, but he didn't stop there. A multifaceted man and always the life of the party, my father worked as an editor for the Hilltop, pledged a fraternity, and went on to become a lawyer and author. While some people will try to tell you that what we have here is new, me and my family is a living testament to the truth that our excellence has sprawled generations. Seeing Vice President Kamala Harris on the ballot for the presidency is not just a historic moment. It's a reminder of the dreams that HBCUs help us to realize. It's a message to future generations that greatness isn't just possible in some near future, but it's happening right now. When my great-great-great-great-great-uncle Roland first stepped onto Howard's campus, it is unlikely that he considered himself the beginning of a legacy. But that's the thing. Our institutions have always prepared us to be more what we thought we could be. Don't believe it? Look no further than me. It is a testament to my HBCU, Howard University, and the resilience of the giants who have come before us to make this moment possible. My family's legacy and Harris's legacy are both woven into the story of Howard itself, a story of brilliance, defiance, and triumph. As Howard bred students and graduates, and HBCU students and alumni from across the country, we are all ready to show up to the polls and prove our greatness to the world. But make no mistake, we've always known exactly who we are.
What an incredible history. And right now I'm actually joined by the star of that piece that you just watched, Zoe Cummings. Yes. And we were just talking a minute ago. You're actually from Ohio.
I'm from Ohio, yes.
Yeah. So how exciting is it to follow in such great big footsteps here?
I mean, it's amazing. So I've always known the history of being a Howard legacy. And it's funny, when I came to Howard, my dad has this phrase, and he always says, don't embarrass the family, which is exactly what you want to hear your freshman year of college, right? But it carries this weight of, you know, I'm number 5 in line. It's been over a century in the making. And so there's something to going and being the best version of yourself and being the person that is fulfilling what your ancestors did before you.
Did your family, was there any forcing? Like, was it like, look, you can go anywhere, but you better go to Howard? Did you experience a little bit of that?
Yeah, I was definitely indoctrinated. During my college process, I actually told my dad to stop talking about Howard so I could think about some other schools, but obviously I ended up here anyways, so it worked.
I found that as a parent, because I have 2 kids that are in college right now, I found that the more that I talked about like my alma mater and about where they should go, what they should major in, the least likely they were to actually go in any of the directions. So I learned to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, my dad did not keep that philosophy, but like I said, it worked out. I'm here anyway, so yeah.
Tell me what you learned from this experience and from documenting your history.
Yeah, I think that it's just so important to tell our own stories. And the making of this piece, when I was first pitching it, I was thinking about all of the coverage of the election and how the media has framed what we have at Howard as this new thing. And I'm looking here at my history and at my legacy, like, we've been here, we've been excellent, and it's a beautiful thing to see Vice President Harris on the presidential ballot, but she is one in the line of many. And it is so important to remember that since 1867, we have been here, we have been creating legacies, we have been movers, we have been shakers, and that is just something that I really wanted to highlight with this piece.
I love it, and I hope you'll continue down this journey because the stories are so rich, and you're right, it's like all of a sudden HBCUs matter, all of a sudden Howard University is this new phenomenon. Greek organizations, you know, the Divine Nine, all of a sudden, oh, there's something called, you know, Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta. We've been here.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that the rest of the world is finally paying attention.
Exactly.
Yeah. Tell me how excited you are about this point, and what does it mean to you to have someone who actually walked these halls at Howard University about to find out tonight whether or not she's going to be the next president of the United States of America?
Yeah, it is such a surreal moment. Not just to be able to say that I was out and I was voting, but also that I'm able to cover this. Like being a member of the School of Communications during this time, I mean, you see what we have going on. You see the students, you see the energy, you see the resources that we have. And people will try to tell you that HBCUs don't have it like that. But we do, and we're here, and we are, Dr. P has been saying this thing all day, we're writing the first draft of history. And that's exactly what's going on, and I have the opportunity to go on the yard to the election watch party tonight. And I'm just so excited to be in this place, and I know that for years to come, this is a story that I get to tell.
Yeah, tell me what's after college for you.
Yes, so I am currently a broadcast journalism major. I am looking at going to a master's program. I want to continue my time in journalism. I would love to eventually work for a major news network, work in politics and culture reporting. And yes, so I'm really excited for what is ahead.
Exciting. Wow. Well, thank you so much. Keep telling our stories. Yes. We need this history, and you are a documentarian already. If I had this experience at your age, you know, I don't know. But, you know, the other person we want to pay homage to, again, is Kathy Hughes, who this school is named after. She paved the way, you know, for so many of us in broadcast journalism. No different than right now Kamala Harris is really paving the way for everyone, for women everywhere, but certainly black people are reaping the benefits of being so inspired.
Right.
So best of luck to you.
Thank you
best
so
of
much.
luck. You know what? We actually have been talking about the elections all day. You voted.
I did vote.
And see that when there's a will, there's a way. A lot of the students here had to vote absentee ballot.
Yes,
and
but I actually went home to vote.
You went home to vote.
Yes.
It's that much of a priority.
That up there.
I made it a priority, too, before I came down here to D.C. to vote. But right now, I actually want to bring in one of your classmates. So her name is Cynthia, and Cynthia Taylor is going to come up and talk to us about what's happening out there, because we've been in here all day. We haven't seen the latest. So, Cynthia, if you can come on up and give us the latest. And come on up here. Yeah, come on up here. I'm going to hand this mic to her. And Zoe, thank you so much. And God bless your family. Give them all the love in the world for bringing you through. Yes. Thank you. All right, we are at the Howard University School of Communications, and we've got reporters and journalists and fact finders that have been all day long following the election and following this coverage. Tonight, we could find out who's going to be the President of the United States. It might not be likely, but we may. And in just a few hours, Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, is also going to be here at the university. But you've been, you know, kind of following what's going on out there in the world. What's the latest?
Okay, so first, I want to start by saying it has been hectic finding these facts and get into the details. But we have seen Kamala Harris in Washington, D.C., calling voters on the phone. She has been from the beginning in the streets, making sure she gets to our voters and making sure she knows that they hear her voice. So that was very amazing.
So
to
you
see.
might get we need a phone call from Vice President. Miss VP, if you're out there, you can call into our Howard University live election coverage today on campus. But that's awesome. So she's on the phones here in D.C. making phone calls herself.
Yes. And also in polling centers, we are seeing so many voters just excited to see Gen Z making a statement, making sure that they are exercising their right to vote. And that's amazing to see because we don't see many young voters out here on the field doing the work.
So Gen Z has been in the House. They're out voting in record numbers, right?
Yes.
And that could go either way. We don't know what that means exactly until later, but, they're inspired, to say the least.
Yes. And we've also seen a surge of early voting and mail-in voting. Almost 80 million people casted an early or mail-in vote, which was amazing to see. And a lot of voters are thinking, can early voting be the way of the future? I actually did a story earlier with a man, he's 60 years old, and he said, with all these constraints, it's more convenient to vote and go in early and make sure that they are hearing their voices.
I definitely voted earlier, and I found it to be so easy this year. In the past, I would stand in a line, but this year I did early vote. But also in some areas, they're contesting those early votes as well. So they're saying that people who actually went in person, like I did, I went to the election office and hand-delivered, because I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want there to be any burning of mailboxes or someone to just somehow mysteriously lose my ballot. So I took my son and we went in person and handed it. But in some areas, areas that might, swing a little more red than blue, they're contesting that, and it might get elevated to a higher court right now. So let's hope that's not the case because, why? Anyway,
Yes,
what
and
else?
I'm glad you brought up that fact about bringing your son. So many voters are bringing their children with them to the voting places and letting them know the education right on the spot. This is how it looks, this is what we do, and this is a part of my future and yours.
I like that, yeah.
Yes. And the overturn of Roe v. Wade is causing an uproar of leadership within women in voting. 50% of voters today have been women. They are showing that they care and that this is a decision that has to be made by women and for women.
And the slogan of iWoman TV is "By Women, About Women, for the World." So we're here for that.
Yes. And lastly, this is one of the most important decisions and elections of our history. The winners today both winners will make history, one being elected for 2 non-consecutive terms, and one will be the first woman to be elected as president, and we are happy to see it.
So may the best man or woman win tonight.
Yes.
Yes. All right. And is that it? You have more?
Well, I actually have one more.
Okay, let's hear it.
On the downside, there have been bomb threats that have surfaced in Georgia at 5 police precincts. And we're wondering, can the racial rhetoric that has been displayed during this election be the cause of so much turmoil during this election?
The question is, does that end after today? Is that just because today emotions are running high and tomorrow everyone gets to find out and, we all move on and all get along, or are we going to see another January 6th happen, this year?
That poses a great question, and we are hopeful that this will end when we get the ballot.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you so much. I mean, your reporting is great. We don't know. Again, the polls close in many areas at 7, some at 8, some at 9. I think it should all be uniform, but nonetheless, this is the system that we have. So it's different in different states. But we will definitely be here watching tonight to see what's going to happen. Are you excited?
I am excited.
I'm excited too. Yeah, for so many reasons on so many levels. So Cynthia Taylor Cutler, can we give it up? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And right now, we're going to turn it back. In fact, why don't you toss it to your classmates over there, the Bison Election Zone Hype Squad, I think we've been calling them.
Yes. So let's turn this over to our Bison Hype Squad for the next segment.
Welcome, everybody, back to the last section of Bison Hype Squad. So, one big question that all of us up here are still wondering about is because all of us have already voted. All of us have had discussions all day about voting, why we want to vote, and who we're voting for. But this one question still remains and rattles our brain that we still do not understand. Why are people deciding not to vote this time around? Thoughts?
That is so true. Like, me and Rob were just talking about the text he just received 2 minutes ago about the campaign asking, why haven't you voted yet? And I still can't wrap my head around it, honestly, because if you're not voting, what are you doing? Like, we are trying to fight for our rights, and I don't think you can complain if you're not fighting for it.
Nah, that's facts. And you know, in my family, it's a few things that go down. Number one, if you're not voting, or if you're voting for someone who is against your interests, we call you a self-hating Negro. Now, I don't want to, put that on anybody in the crowd, but that's just how it goes down in our family. So if you're not voting, it's really, again, like Faith said, what are you doing?
I will also say, I think, especially in this climate, the media has played a huge part. That's why especially like fact checking has been so important. I think so many just things that aren't true have been displayed in the media, and that's kind of turned people away. Concerning Kamala Harris, is she black? Is she not? Has she locked men up? Those are the kind of the topics that I see on the media that aren't true that you have to look into. So I think just not doing the proper research also ties into people not wanting to vote as well.
Yeah, the spread of false misinformation surrounding Kamala Harris and her blackness, her policies, and everything surrounding her has really been one of the main deterrents for people not voting in this election. However, to play devil's advocate, I personally did a package this year about Howard students not voting in this election this year, and a lot of them expressed that they are unhappy with both of the candidates. They're tired of lesser of two evils voting, they're tired of the establishment, and they are very, very, very upset with what is going on currently in the Middle East and feel as though there is no solution that either candidate is presenting to them.
But circling back to what you said about black men not voting in this election, I recently did a package about that, and it's pretty much exactly what you said. They're not voting for her because of her past jobs or her past career as Attorney General, but also circling back to a previous conversation that we had about celebrities and their influence, a lot of black male celebrities have also been vocalizing that they are not voting for Kamala Harris, such as Waka Flocka, who I recently just found out that he hasn't voted in an election, but he's been endorsing Trump this entire time. Or we have Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown, who have also been speaking about not voting for Kamala Harris for personal reasons of their own.
And I would say that as a black man, it is up to us to uplift our black women. And that's another reason why I chose to vote the way that I did this election cycle around. And I also feel like this campus that we are at right now, Howard University, where Kamala Harris, VP Kamala Harris, attended for undergrad, is a pretty liberal space, a very welcoming and inclusive space, which also raises the question as to whether some people are really voting with their own interests that they feel is actually correct in their mind and how they want to put it and how they see their life and how they want to see the country to go, or whether they feel the political pressure of this area being pretty liberal, or this campus being pretty liberal. Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
So I think when you really take a close look at the two candidates, we know what we're getting if Donald Trump becomes president. We know what we could get if Kamala Harris becomes president. And so I think, again, if you are voting for someone who is actively trying to strip away a woman's rights, strip away your civil rights, that really just calls into question a whole bunch of different things. And, circling back to, comments made about, Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown, I think this is where we kind of get into, Malcolm's words where we said we maybe shouldn't look at, black celebrities as political leaders. But I do want to kind of put a caveat on that because there are some who are very educated. Cardi B, for example, she has been very immersed in politics. And so, you know, we don't really look to her as a political figure, but she knows what she's talking about. She's done her research. I'm not going to say, you know, she's super coveted or anything like that, but she does know what she's talking about.
And that concludes our last segment of Bison Hype Squad. Woo!
And welcome back, Shorty Carleo!
All right, so all the HU students are still in the building. Come on, you can go to the go-go real quick before you get out here. All right. Yes, sir. I want to thank all the organizers. Big shout out to Dr. Patton. Big shout out to Tiana Williams. I want to thank you all for having us. iWoman TV. My guy, Gerald, I hope he's still here. I want to thank him, man, for putting that work in. Melvin Witten, I want to thank you, man, and the awesome sound crew that's been hanging out with us all day, y'all. We about to get into it. Little turn up for you before you get out there and be a part of the people. Yes, sir. Get your vote on. Say what? Everybody get your vote on. Huh? Hey, HU, get your vote on. Yep. Get your vote on. Let's get your vote on. Hey. Make sure my guy Jock is on. Hey, Marky. Catch this right here. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. One time for Dr. Pat. You want to see Dr. Pat? Two-step. You want two-step? Party with the band now. Can you dance and hold the camera one time? Ready, Dr. Pat? 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come ride home with me. Yes, sir. 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come ride home with me. Keep it going. Hey, at 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come ride home with me. At 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come ride home with me. All right, High University, gonna take it to the go-go. Hey, I said no, you can't go. 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 Señorita, señorita. So glad to meet ya. Glad to meet ya. She said, Papi, Leone, come dance with me. She wanna dance with me. I've been watching you all night. You've been bouncing it just right. I'm gonna make you mine, give me time. Alright, put your hands up in the air, other hand in your hair. Let's go there. I can tell by the look of your eyes you want me. 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come right home with me. Good to see you, Mike. Hey, 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come right home with me. Where the shot said, whole band this time. I said, no, 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 you can't go, go, go. I said, no, 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 you can't go, go, go. I said, no, 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 you can't go, go, go. I said, no, 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 you can't go. Shorty dug it. Corey, let's go. Hey, Melvin, on a Tuesday, Melvin. On a Tuesday up on HU campus. Y'all don't know about that, though. See what, see what? Hey. Can we run it back? Hey, 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come right home with me. Hey, Jared, what you tell the ladies, Jared? 3 o'clock in the morning, who's on my line? Says she wanna come right home with me. One more time, bring that beat back. Huh? Hanging in, Rudy. We want y'all to take it easy later on. However it go. We want y'all to take it light on the libations. I guess we all right to do this here. Help! Tuesday, Go-Go and Howard, can we take it back? 1 too many. 1 too many. 1 too many. 1 too many things. Let's go. Yep. Tell me what you sipping on. And we talk about lemonade, orange juice, cranberry juice, apple juice. 1 too many drinks. Let's go. We talk about orange sodas and fruit punch, orange and cranberry, lemonade, iced tea, and all that. Too many drinks. Huh? Hey, she want a party, man. Party with the band. Double shots in the rocks, man. And everybody knows what's next. We get to the spot and have. And do your dance, girl, in a short skirt. Make the body work, make the body twerk. Pretty girl, tell me what's up. What is going on in your cup? What are you drinking? What are you pouring? What are you sipping? Bartenders get tipsy. Come on, Magic. What are you drinking? What are you pouring? What are you sipping? Bartender's getting tipsy. We at it's a party at the bar now. Bartender, can I please get another round? Patron margarita, said I need a meet your image system. Ain't no telling. Scott Rose, Bombay shots. Let her lemon drop, no she let her lemon drop. Bartender, keep it coming, no stop. Service lemon on it, that's around. What are you drinking? What are you pouring? Come on, come on, come on. What are you sipping? Bartenders get tipsy. What are you drinking? What are you pouring? What are you sipping? Bartenders get. Y'all ready? Bartender, can I have double shot, please? Double shot, double shot, double shot. Double, double, double shot. Bartender, can I have double shot, please? 1, 2 minutes. One more time, come on. How are you? Bartender, can I have double shot, please? Double shot, double shot, double shot. Hey, double, double, double shot. Bartender, can I have double shot, please? 1, 2 minutes, y'all ready? Hey, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita. 1, 2 minutes, drink. Hey, Patron margarita, Patron margarita. Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita. 1, 2, one more time. Patron margarita, Patron margarita, Patron margarita. Shorty Doug, Patron margarita. Hey, Corey Bird, Patron margarita. Patron margarita, Patron margarita. 1, 2. Hey, Shorty Doug, work. Howard University. Huh? Hate you. Say what, say what? Hate you. You know. 1, 2 minutes, please. Come on! Bison Squad! We the Bison Squad! Bison Squad! We the Bison Squad! Bison Squad! We the Bison Squad! Say what, say what? Let's go! Bartender, can I have double shot, please? Double shot, double shot, double shot, double, double, double shot. Bartender, can I have double shot, please? 1, 2 minute drinks. Hey! Bartender, can I have double shot, please? Double shot, double shot, double shot, double, double, double shot. Bartender, can I have double shot, please? One time around for everybody. Orange juice for everybody. Patron margarita. Patron margarita. Patron margarita. Patron margarita. Pick it up. Patron margarita. Patron margarita. Patron margarita. 1, 2. Last time, let it work. Let's go, child. Party with me.
Hey!
Hang it in, HU. Well, thank y'all for having us on this monumental time in American history. HU, you know. Yeah. Let's go, Jim. Good to see you. Miss Priscilla. Tell me how the song go. All right, we just gonna let him catch the break. Pop, pop, pop. Party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. They getting there, y'all. Say what, say what? Party with me, party with me. Hate you, party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Hate care, party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Dr. Pat, party with me, party with me. Ready, 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 ready. Party with me, party with me. My man Jerry, party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Kathleen, party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Georgia Ann, party with me, party with me. You know. We the one that you be calling, one that become such a party. Southside in the spot, let it get you naughty. Ladies, not gonna stop it. I'ma get it poppin'. Hey, 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 hey. Heavy odds invaded on what we created. High beats in the street, you know they hold it here. Trinidad in the spot, you know they came to party. Shorty Dub, yeah, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Sabrina, party with me, party with me. Party with me, party with me. Harry Cloud, where you at? Party with me, party with me. Tiana, party with me, party with me. I said, well, on a Tuesday, though. On a Tuesday, election night at Ground Zero right here.